Alrighty. There it is. Hello, everybody. Hope you're all doing well this weekend. Welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. Good to see y'all. So, all right, so we're gonna get into this near-death experience. Just really quickly about the last video I did. I mentioned I would be doing one on Jesus. That's probably gonna happen maybe tomorrow, if not sometime next weekend. And so that'll be coming soon. And then I'll also be getting to the video on how to essentially have an idea that you're on your way out, like ways to detect things that might occur. And I think that's a really important video. It's just taking me a little bit longer. I'm adding and tweaking stuff to it, and I really want to get it right. So hang in there for that one. That's going to be an important one that we all should just, we should all kind of know what's happening when we are on our way out or approaching that. So we will now get into the near-death experience commentary on Sabine. I think that's how you pronounce her name. I apologize if it's incorrect. What was I going to say? So this could be a two-parter. I may try to get through the NDE portion of it tonight, and then get to, sorry, I'm just kind of flustered tonight. Get through the NDE portion tonight, and then there's another part about she's got like a documentary in the works, and it talks about a little further about the abuse she endured and how she forgave and went through this whole process, and how it's all linked to the near-death experience, which is extremely revealing. So let's get right into the near-death experience part of it, and then it may start off a little slow for some of you who've kind of been through these things, but it heats up about halfway through. So hang in there with me. It's definitely worth the wait, and let's get into it. If I could find it. There we go. Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Mehne, as a result of research into the process of dying, or thanatology, a lot is known about so-called near-death experiences. But many people who have had such experiences either can't or don't want to talk about them. You are part of a group of people who have found very beautiful words to describe your experiences, and you published a book about them just recently. So would you tell us what you experienced?
Ja, da muss ich Sie, zu erzählen, was ich erlebt habe, muss ich Sie in eine Zeitreise mitnehmen, denn es ist ja jetzt schon 20 Jahre her.
In order to tell you about what I experienced, I'll have to take you on a journey through time, because this happened 20 years ago. When I look at myself in the mirror today, I can't believe what was happening in my life at that time, and how unwell I was in order to be that close to death. 20 years ago, I was at the peak of my life. I was a self-employed physiotherapist and had my own small office. We had 3 children. Life was colourful, full, and of course, often we didn't get enough sleep. But actually, I felt like I was at the peak of life. Then I caught the flu in May 1995, which turned out to be quite severe.
You know, something that I find interesting, and this isn't obviously always the case, but it's something that occurs. You'll hear near-death experiencers on occasion say that, they were at the peak of their life. Everything either was going amazing or it was kind of in a free fall. There always seems to be those extremes. Of course, there are plenty of exceptions to that, children and all, even adults, obviously. But it's just something I just wanted to say.
The symptoms were extremely intense. I'd never experienced anything like it before. The strange thing was that I'd had one of my typical premonitions. The message of the premonition was, "This illness will bring death."
So see, this is going to kind of link in with the video that I'm going to do soon about premonitions. That's a big, big part of being able to detect your death. And you'll even be able to test it out with close friends and family who, are open with you and talk to you about possibly, oh, I had a dream that I, died in this fashion, or, I feel like, they just start talking weird, saying different things, or premonitions, like in her case. So, yeah, let's continue. Premonitions are a big one for possibly being able to detect when you or I are on our way out.
At the time, this seemed very strange to me, because I hadn't thought about death in this way.
An den Tod hatte ich so in dieser Form nicht gedacht.
But the premonition was so intense that I couldn't ignore it. Deep inside, I actually started dealing with it. From today's point of view, this was quite good, because as a result, I was able to cope far better with how events then developed. The symptoms of my illness got a lot worse. I was sent to hospital. Quite early on, the doctors thought it was cancer, but they couldn't find any histological evidence for it. They were in the dark for quite some time. I had one examination after another to find out why I was feeling so unwell. I experienced a high fever over and over again. I lost a lot of weight. I was sweating at night. I had skin hemorrhages. And eventually I suffered from a stomachache so severe that it could only really be stopped by giving me morphine.
Und es kam dann auch der Moment, wo ich sogar künstlich ernährt wurde.
Then came the moment when I had to be fed artificially, and deep inside, I had the feeling, if the doctors don't find out what's wrong with me, I will die.
So, the illness just developed from everyday life?
At the beginning, it was a kind of intense flu that I had never experienced before. My limbs ached horribly, and I suffered from a weariness that I couldn't shake off. Dealing with the situation internally and preparing myself for death had a positive effect on me. At the time, I had just one book about the subject on my bookshelf. It was called Children and Death by Elisabeth Kübler-Ross, and was about the way children deal with death. I realized that this helped me a lot because children cope with the topic with a certain ease and serenity.
Wo ich gemerkt habe, das tut mir gut. Und in dieser inneren Auseinandersetzung mit dem Sterben muss ich auch sagen,
although this might sound awful, when I went through this inner examination of dying, it didn't seem bad. But I was in such a bad state that I knew deep inside, if the doctors can't find anything, then this is going to be my path. Then this moment came. It was the 14th of September, 1995. I was given an ultrasound examination. There they found out that I had a bladder and bowel paralysis. I think because I had already dealt with the situation internally, and because on that day I also had the feeling I wouldn't have any energy left to cling to this life. Everything happened very quickly and easily.
What happened then?
Ja, es ging eben ganz, ganz schnell und ganz plötzlich.
Well, it happened very quickly. And when I left my body, it was quite sudden and surprising. So I came out of my body from the top of my head with ease and certainty. From today's perspective, I would say there was no way to escape or resist it.
Today's perspective, there's no way to escape or resist it.
However, the one thing that still surprises me is the impression I got that there was an energy that started from my body, which made me exit my body. But there was also something that welcomed me, something that picked me up, as if leaving my body was controlled by two sides.
Und wie ich dann aus dem Körper draußen war,
after I'd left my body, I was really surprised at first.
weil ich
So you can see she's kind of describing almost like two forces. It's like probably the human body form and the astral form kind of tugging at her, and some outside energy probably dragging her or trying to pull her and essentially win the battle.
Because I looked at my body from above and I saw it. Yes, that's my body, that's my shell. But it didn't affect me anymore.
It didn't affect me anymore.
And I was really surprised because I realized that I existed in a form that was different from my physical being. And I felt livelier than ever before. It was pretty astonishing, but beautiful. Because at the moment I left my body, I no longer felt any pain, and that was wonderful. I no longer had a sense of time. It had completely vanished. I got the impression that I'd already skipped the tunnel.
Okay. Now, she may have skipped the tunnel. I don't know. I would go with whatever she says, obviously. The one thing is the moment where she is outside of her body, looking down on her, she's in her astral form, looking down at her meat suit. That right there, my friends, is when it's time to bail. The moment we realize that we are outside of the body, feeling that disconnect, is the time to use everything in you, to your intention, your creator being abilities, to get the hell out. That is key. Don't allow it to go any further. Try not to go to the next step where she heads, where she goes.
I hadn't had time for that.
Ich bin eben von diesem Licht empfangen worden, von einem Licht,
So I was welcomed by this light that wasn't like sunlight or any other light that could be compared to light on earth. It was a light of such beauty and brightness, and it didn't dazzle me. So I just felt bright joy. This light, how shall I put it? My identity that I need to make sense in the earthly way was also absorbed by this light, so to speak.
Oh, let's hear that again.
How shall I put it? My identity that I need to make sense in the earthly way was also absorbed by this light. So
okay, absorbed by this light. See, now let's not get all freaked out here and say, because there are tons of NDEs where you still have your identity. Okay, let's make that very clear. But it's, from how I see her description of this, it's it's the lack of, it's honestly, it's the lack of caring. It's the lack of the missing connection that used to be in the earthly form. Now, just because she says what she's saying doesn't mean that she is, completely gone, doesn't retain any memories, blah 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 blah. No. That's, because I don't want that misconception to be there, because she explains it later on how this all plays out. And she's got most most recall in this, but later on she does reveal something interesting. So the point is like we've seen in other NDs, like the one I like to point out a lot is Tony, who got struck by lightning and became a concert pianist. Okay, we did a review on him, I don't know, sometime last year. And he talks about that too. And a lot of other NDs talk about that, where, they're just kind of like this pure existence. They're not really worried about earthly life or even the most important relationships. I mean, some people could just have a child and my husband will take care of it, my wife will take care of it, no big deal, mom's sick, that's it. But the Matrix always rolls out something to lure them back here,
so to speak. How shall I put it? My identity that I need to make sense in the earthly way was also absorbed by this light, so to speak. I became one with the light.
I became one with the light. Avoid that at all costs. No merging with the light, my friends.
And this was a state. It was so delightful. I'd never experienced anything so wonderful in my life.
Euphoria.
Which is why I believe that this couldn't have been anything earthly. What I met at this moment, or what I turned into, it was like becoming one with the light.
The light is the equivalent of a way station, okay? It's this realm in between. Well, it's probably sitting right outside of the Earth physical plane and bordering just over the astral. So it's just in between. So it's kind of like the way station, the deciding realm on whether you're shot back to your body or if you move on back through the recycling system on into a new body eventually, or in some other physical reality within this matrix or other realm, just as long as you stay in it.
What happened next?
Today I can only tell you one thing after another, but at the time I had the feeling everything was happening at once. From today's standpoint, this is also a numinosum for me. In this light, I experienced a love, a freedom that I hadn't known in that form before.
Wo ich für mich das Gefühl habe, wenn ich
I got the feeling, if I actually died now, it would be wonderful. So dying wouldn't be that terrible at all. Of course, everything that happens before, those long paths of suffering that many people have to go through, as was the case with me too.
As is the case with probably everyone that comes here. Some people have a little bit better, like a cakewalk, and things are easier. But everybody suffers. Even the creeps that help run this joint. Parasites.
Of course they are horrible and dreadful. But when you get to the moment of death, it can only be beautiful. Although, and this is something I need to stress, I didn't actually die. I didn't experience the moment of clinical death either. So one should look at it in a differentiated manner. But I got the impression.
Okay, she says look at it in a different manner, but it has all of the call signs of something resembling a typical near-death experience. But, at least she's being open and upfront about that. That's always good to know. Because when you look at these, you look at the DMT trip reports, or any of these breakthrough trip reports where people are basically like born again and go through something almost identical to a near-death experience. They always have similar characteristics that we can identify, and she fits that to a T.
I didn't experience the moment of clinical death either, so one should look at it in a differentiated manner. But I got the impression, if this is the dying process, it's got to be beautiful.
Gab es für Sie dann auch so einen Moment der Entscheidung?
Was there a moment of decision-making when you had to decide, or when you were pushed to go back into your body?
No, that didn't happen. The return to my body happened as suddenly as leaving my body.
Which is interesting, because what we're missing here, what we're missing here is someone in the middle, boop, 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 chirping in the air. So we do see a very important data point missing.
Back into your body?
No, that didn't happen. The return to my body happened as suddenly as leaving my body. I had to go back really quickly, so to speak, and didn't find this return something horrible. I felt extended and huge, like eternity. And now I had to go back into this small, tiny body, and of course I could instantly feel all its pains and agonies.
Ugh. Poor thing. Yeah, Michael says OBE. Yeah, it's like a half and half deal. It's just minus the entities. It seems like it was a very, very quick one where she didn't necessarily go through the entire process. Yeah, semantics thing. Yep.
I felt extended and huge, like eternity. And now I had to go back into this small, tiny body, and of course I could instantly feel all its pains and agonies. This was a horrible feeling.
Sehr schrecklich empfunden, und ich habe auch viele Jahre gebraucht,
It took me many years to accept that I was sent back. And it took me a while to reconcile myself to life again. However, one thing I should mention is this biographical movie I saw.
Took me a while to, get back in the swing of things, which is very, very common with people who have NDEs. They go through, you could kind of call it almost like a mourning period, where they go through like the stages of grief, because they went from being their, more pure existing state, which is obviously not the human body, and then they go back into the human body, and a lot of times they deal with family members, friends who are, not receptive to hearing these types of experiences, and all sorts of crazy stuff can unfold, and depression. And imagine having a near-death experience, you come back and your family isn't supportive or believes you. And then on top of it, you're just wrestling with the fact that you came back in the first place. It's got to be very, very difficult.
It took me many years to accept that I was sent back. And it took me a while to reconcile myself to life again. However, one thing I should mention is this biographical movie I saw. I had the feeling it was very extraordinary and dense. I saw a lot of images, and these images were combined with situations. I could perceive all the feelings, all the things that played a role in each respective scene. But here I'm also of the opinion that the wealth of images from birth up to that moment that I had reached in my life was so intense and shown at such a high pace that I'd like to say that no human brain could ever work and think like that.
Also die Idee, in eine Dimension hineingetaucht zu sein, in dem Moment, wo ich den Körper verlassen hatte.
The idea that I left my body to dip into a dimension that was beyond space and time at that moment is strongly linked with that biographical film.
Und das irre war, ich habe Bilder gesehen, die ich
The crazy thing was that I saw images that I had forgotten,
Erinnerung,
or images I hadn't remembered because I'd been far too young.
die ich auch gar nicht wissen sollte und
These were memories I shouldn't have known,
bekommen habe, die mich zum Teil
which really unsettled me.
Okay, these are memories I shouldn't have known. They're very unsettling. We're gonna take a dark turn in this soon. And you know, these are the types of NDEs that are difficult because every time I do them, they're just like a just a gut punch. They really are, and my heart goes out to her. Well, let's just continue.
die ich auch gar nicht wissen sollte und
These were memories I shouldn't have known,
bekommen habe, die mich zum Teil
which really unsettled me.
die ich dann auch später versucht
I even checked if they were true afterwards because they seemed so outrageous.
Und ich habe aber auch verstanden,
But I also understood why these things happened or had to happen.
Okay. This is where we, where our paths split off, where, just the hard truth has to come out, okay? Just hear what she says.
die ich dann auch später versucht
I even checked if they were true afterwards because they seemed so outrageous.
I checked to see if they were true afterwards because they seem so outrageous. So this is a fragmented memory she is recalling as a child or from her childhood.
Und ich habe aber auch verstanden,
But I also understood why these things happened or had to happen.
I also understood why these things happen or why they had to happen. Now, you can probably imagine where this is going. This is where the unfortunate excuses come, trying to explain away this reality because you had an experience that led you to another experience and revealed some very unsettling things that happened to you as a child. And in turn, forgiveness is granted because it is perceived that because this is part of a plan, this is part of whatever thing you want to excuse it away for, is okay. And it's not okay. That this is where the rubber meets the road with a lot of this stuff, where the explaining away, the incessant excuses for wrongdoings that occur here, and somehow convincing yourself that it's okay when it's not okay. It's not okay. It's not normal. It's not logical. The only reason it's perceived logical is because you had this experience and all these things occurred as a result of it. You have all these memory flashbacks. Her memory was so fragmented from the abuse that she didn't even recall it unless she had the NDE that led to an unraveling of events later on in her memory. And then it was verified by, I assume, someone within her family or someone within her network when she, from her childhood. Okay. It is extremely disturbing. And I have seen this many times. Okay. This is not something that just happens once in a while. No, this happens enough where it is extremely disturbing. Okay? And most of the time what you'll see coming up from her is a forgiveness phase, which, okay, if that's how she wants to handle her life, that's up to her. That, look, you can't be upset with someone who goes through something like that, goes through absolute hell and misery, and comes out the other end and is able to get through day-to-day life, okay? Regardless of however they chalk it up and want to frame it to make themselves feel better, it's helping them. And there's nothing we can do, okay? There's just, it's par for the course. I've talked about a case in the past where, actually a few different ones, where I'll just give you one example, where there was a woman who was abused by her father for many years during her childhood, and she left as soon as she turned, I think, either 16 or 18. First minute she was able to get out of the house and be on her own, she left. Didn't deal with him, call him, nothing for the remainder of her life and for the remainder of his life. But when she was on her deathbed, guess who appeared? Dad, who she wanted nothing to do with. Dad appears, and there's this whole, apology tour and blah, blah, blah. And she was scared shitless. She was talking to the nurse about it. It crushed her, okay? But in many, many, many cases where this type of thing occurs, forgiveness is usually granted, okay? And I'm here saying that this type of thing does not need to be accepted or forgiven at all. I'm sorry. That's just me. I know a lot of people out there, oh, well, forgiveness, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm sorry. If you're not going to deal with, especially if your abuser is a family member, like your father or mother or whoever, okay? You're not going to deal with them for your whole adult life. Like the minute you turn 16, 18, you can get out of the house, you do it, and the person dies. And then all of a sudden the Matrix rolls them out on your deathbed. That is some sick and twisted shit. I am sorry. Okay? That's the bottom line. There's, and especially for the poor woman I was just telling you about, who was completely traumatized by it. Okay? But again, most of the time, forgiveness is granted, and they go through this whole thing where it's almost like a life review type thing. You know how we've seen in the life reviews how a person will experience a wrongdoing that they did in the person they did wrong's experience or body. Okay, they're like teleported into the experience as if they're receiving the wrongdoing, and then blah 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 blah. And that's their way of mini life review. Okay, so the same thing is kind of where she is going with this, where she's able to rationalize what's happened because of it's just the way it's supposed to be. If you knew his life script, or if you knew however it was going to roll out, then you'd understand. And I'm sorry, that's it. Just okay. I don't want to keep rambling too much, but you get what I'm saying. It's very, very disturbing stuff. So
I even checked if they were true afterwards, because they seemed so outrageous. But I also understood why these things happened, or had to happen. Because at the moment of immersion into this dimension, what should I call it? It came to redemption and reconciliation with everyone who'd been involved in it.
Redemption for everyone who's been involved.
and therefore no hard feelings were left. All these emotions I'd gone through, the beautiful but also the painful parts of my life, were also absorbed by this light, so to speak.
Absorbed. Absorbed. That means the light is, it's giving this ridiculous, loving energy that somehow excuses away a disgusting act, okay? And, yeah, okay?
All these emotions I'd gone through, the beautiful but also the painful parts of my life, were also absorbed by this light, so to speak. So that today, when I think about it, I'd say, I think that everybody who is at the verge of death is possibly confronted with his or her life once more in order to pass over in a reconciled form. These are all moments where I can say, if dying might be like this, we really don't need to be scared.
That means, if I've understood you correctly, when you mentioned that you experienced all the emotions that were part of a life situation, you didn't just sense your own feelings, but also other people's feelings involved in this situation?
Yes, and also so I would understand why they were acting like that at a particular moment, and why they couldn't act in a different way.
You described your experiences in the book Light Without Shade. Here, the reader finds out that you had left your body even as a child, but you were not aware of it for several decades.
Okay, I left her body as a child. That's part of how coping occurs, okay? When you go through something traumatic.
Here, the reader finds out that you had left your body even as a child, but you were not aware of it for several decades. What happened at the time? From today's perspective, how did this come about?
That was also truly phenomenal. Maybe I should mention something else before I answer this question, because I think it might not be possible to understand otherwise. I had the near-death experience on 14th of September 1995, and just 3 weeks later, the doctors were able to identify my illness. They diagnosed a highly malignant T-cell lymphoma. This is an extremely aggressive cancerous disease and can be compared to acute leukemia. Without medication, it's impossible to survive this disease. This means that all the experiences I had on the 14th of September were at first forgotten. My everyday life was spent in hospital. Then I had several treatments of chemotherapy.
Imagine coming back to that. Just imagine that. I mean, how can you not go through a period of being depressed and upset like she went through? It's just, can't help but feel bad for her.
And then in March of 1996, I had a bone marrow transplant. And so it was like another step towards the verge of death, where I had the idea or hope of being completely healed. Hence, the near-death experience was buried like a treasure chest. I didn't really know about the near-death experience myself, so I didn't really know how to refer to the whole experience. How could I use it for my life? How could I even explain or describe it, or make it into something I could use for myself? It was only 4 years later that I found out what a near-death experience was by watching a TV program.
You explain this very beautifully as an eye-opening experience. So now you've found a term for it.
That was truly an eye-opening experience. I'd found a term for it, and I also got the idea that there were other people that had experienced something similar, so I wasn't the only one at all. Because I'd occasionally had the thought that I might have gone crazy, since I felt such a longing in me.
I mean, she feels like she's gone crazy. That's That's not the way. Like, if you have to come back here, you shouldn't have to deal with that crap. Shouldn't have to go through all this and come back and, poor thing.
Things similar. So I wasn't the only one at all. Because I'd occasionally had the thought that I might have gone crazy, since I felt such a longing in me.
Den Eindruck hatte, ich war irgendwie zwischen Himmel und Erde hängen geblieben.
And I also had the impression that I was somehow stuck between heaven and earth. I didn't really feel this earthly life, and that I'd been lucky that I might have actually beaten cancer.
Das hatte ich nicht in meinem Empfinden.
But one should also bear in mind that I was very weak and in a bad shape physically. I even had difficulty keeping up with everyday life. Just when I realized what I had experienced, my brain released these experiences step by step, so to speak, so I could process them. This was also an experience I'd had as a child. I can't tell you at what age exactly, but I think I was 7 years old when it happened. While I was playing, I fell into a water butt. We were playing selling flowers, and I was supposed to fetch water from the butt with a small cup over and over again. But the water butt was only half full. So in order to get some water, I had to lean quite far forward. I lost my balance and got stuck in the water butt. And at that moment, I left my body and floated above my body. And I felt a lightness, love and freedom. But I didn't start having this relationship with the light. Then my older sister grabbed my leg, pulled me out again, and hit my back quite hard so that I would spit out the water. And so she managed to prevent anything worse from happening.
Pim van Lommel, who is a Dutch cardiologist and researches the process of dying, described your book as, I quote, one of the most intimate and open-hearted accounts of going through a near-death experience that I've ever read. However, at first, it wasn't so natural for you to speak about your experiences openly and in public. What made you change your mind?
Well, the decision to do this came because I was so outraged. I thought I'd gone mad. Because in our society, it's so difficult to categorize these areas of experience. Because science hasn't done enough research in this field. Or just because it's a taboo topic.
Zu wenig darüber geforscht hat oder weil es einfach ein Tabuthema ist. Das hat mich so
This infuriated me so much that I thought I'd gone mad. Although deep inside I was convinced I hadn't gone mad. But how can you position yourself? I didn't dare talk about it for a long time because I was scared I would be branded a mental case.
Again, I mean, she shouldn't have to go through that. It's not right. I mean, this whole materialistic society, I mean, it's a perfect storm out there beyond any of our possible comprehensions. It really is. I mean, it's what is going on out there, and the mechanics of how this entire thing runs is absolutely insane. It cannot be said enough how well this whole thing has been thought of. It really can't. Just imagine going through all this. Just her whole life, okay? Up until the near-death experience, in having fragmented memories and not being able to recall. It's too crazy. And then you have to go verify with your family that it happened and blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden bits and pieces come out. You have you have the near-death experience like before it. Kind of saying it all wrong, but point is, and then she comes back from the near-death experience and she's afraid of being, locked up in the loony bin. What the fuck is going on out there? Crazy.
But how can you position yourself? I didn't dare talk about it for a long time because I was scared I would be branded a mental case.
Yeah.
When I started talking about it, the reactions in my surroundings were not all that friendly.
I don't blame you.
It deeply hurt me how it was possible that somebody had had such a precious experience, maybe the deepest experience of her life, and nobody was interested. And then I was lucky enough to meet some experts in the field quite early on. One of the first experts I met was Professor Ewald, who'd had the chance to go into the light in the same year I met him, and he's also written many books about it. One expert told me, "You're not crazy, and this phenomenon has existed ever since people existed,
Damn
and
right.
it's something completely natural. It's actually very important that we talk about it."
It's important we talk about it because without the information, we wouldn't, at least I wouldn't be where I am today. And I'm sure many of you out there wouldn't be where you are today without these important testimonies. But unfortunately, they're still coming back and propagating the matrix. So it's like a double-edged sword. It really is. But I am thankful to live in the time that we do and have access to so much information, and especially these types of experiences. They're so key to piecing it all together.
You're not crazy, and this phenomenon has existed ever since people existed, and it's something completely natural. It's actually very important that we talk about it. It was wonderful to meet experts, and through these experts I met other people who had had a near-death experience. And at that moment it was just wonderful to meet other people who'd been through similar experiences, and they knew exactly what level I was on. There was an instant understanding. For example, I also realized that sometimes I think a lot faster than I can speak, and it is wonderful to skip from level to level at that pace with other people.
Like many other people who've had similar experiences, your experiences have had a long-lasting effect on you and have changed you profoundly. In one section of your book, you describe yourself as a traverser between worlds. On the one hand, you're supposed to be in your role as the laughing and energetic Sabine in your surroundings. On the other hand, you can't be the same person as before due to your experiences. What is it like today? Would you still call yourself a traverser between worlds?
Yes, I still feel like a traverser between worlds, but I have to say it's easier to jump between worlds now. I just need to be close to this dimension deep inside me, and it's easiest to do that when I'm somewhere quiet, or when I deal with the topic, as when I have an exchange with others. On the other hand, I also feel a great longing to live a normal and small life again, and I enjoy it even more than I did before. But I've also noticed that these experiences have changed me to a huge degree. Often the world is just too full, too colourful, too weird, and too violent.
Yeah, it is too weird and too violent and insane. We live in an insane asylum, in case you guys haven't noticed. I mean, we live in a nut house where everyone just explains everything away. There's always, a lot of people know something's wrong, but there's always an excuse somewhere, just like we're going to find with her, unfortunately.
To a huge degree. Often the world is just too full, too colourful, too weird, and too violent. There are days when I can't listen to the news because I can no longer bear to hear what they're doing on our planet. Then I just need to protect myself. That's why I don't listen to the radio anymore when I'm by myself. Then I just need peace and quiet. and to be able to feel at one with the light and me, and that in its pure form. That might sound a bit strange, but at one point I realized that this light that I long for at all times isn't only available somewhere and sometime, but is always here. It's in me now as much as it will be later when I die and go into the light. This divide doesn't exist for me. This removal of duality has probably been the most brutal experience. Because when we move around in the earthly world, we always need opposites as an orientation to find our way. We need day and we need night.
By design, by design.
We need the good and the bad.
By
We
design.
always need opposites. Partially, I don't need them anymore.
And you're going to see how, sadly, you know, as much as duality sucks, it's also an important key to figuring all this shit out, or as much as you can. Okay, there's no one can ever get it perfect. This realm is set up in a way where we can never ever have all the answers. Okay, it's just the way it is. We can get some answers, and the truth of the matter is that in order to get those answers, you have to dive into duality and look at both ends of the spectrum and really try at the same time to, I call it walking the tightrope, like they do in the circus. They walk the tightrope, okay, where you're trying not to verge off too much, because when you realize that, we can create and make our reality as shitty or as wonderful as possible, you kind of come to the point where you have to kind of still not have, you can't have blinders on, but you have to do what's best for you in the moment while you're here. And I know it's difficult. I am not going to sit here and say that I have it fucking nailed, because I don't, by any means. I'm veering off all the time, but I try my best to keep as centered as possible and verge towards a more positive outcome in my head. It's like the fake it till you make it type thing. Okay, if this realm was on the up and up, then that's what I'd be talking about. Okay, but you can't just put blinders on and say, oh, well, I'm going to excuse away this, I'm going to excuse away this. No, you can't. I mean, it's just not what is conducive to keeping yourself in check with your surroundings and what the hell this place is all about. Yeah, the reality is fake, Michael, without a doubt. It's an illusion, but we're still in it. We're feeling it. It's a fraud. It's a scam. It's a deception. It's a freaking nut house. Okay, but we're living in it. So it's just the best we can do is try to do the best for us. That's all we can do, right? And we're gonna fall. We're gonna trip. We're gonna fall and get some bruises along the way. But the best thing I can suggest to everyone out there, and you take it for what it's worth, this is what's treated me well. I look at this reality as a literal clown show. I don't take it seriously at all. I wake up before I go to bed. I pronounce my sovereignty and that I want a lucid death with my memory back. I am not going to be agreeing to anything while I'm in my sleep, whatever the hell's going on when we sleep. And when I wake up in the morning, I disavow anything that I am not fully 100% lucidly aware of that I did in my sleep. And then one more time in the afternoon, at some point in the day, I also again pronounce my sovereignty. And again, I do not take this reality seriously. I do not consume mainstream news, barely ever. Someone sends me something, I might take a look at it, but I would say I'm lucky if I look at 4 or 5 mainstream news things a month. If that. It's just a better way for all of us to live in the moment, get out in the nature too. I'm telling you, my friends, if you get out and you hike and you do some breathing, do some mindfulness, meditation, watching, certain foods you eat, and we're all not perfect in that department. Our choices are kind of shit, but you can still eat healthy, organic, non-GMO foods as best as possible. If you go out to dinner with your friends and family or whatever, and you do your thing, whatever. Just to try to enjoy yourself as best you can, and don't take this place seriously. Do not give it the energy that it's craving. Because what is it's craving? It's craving negativity. That's what it wants. It's craving it. It just, click the next news article, click the next thing about the little thing they want you in here. No, none of that. Don't fuck it. Fuck it all. Because you know what? At the end of the day, it's a joke. It's a clown show. And so why? So if things end early for you at some point, so fucking what? You're going to be in a better position. Where we're going down the road is incredible. And everyone should, I know it sucks, but I think everyone should, look at this, all of this, as taking as much time as you have available to you while you're here to continue to learn and to continue to fine-tune your exit plan. Take advantage of making sure that you have everything crisscrossed in every single way. T's crossed, I's dotted, across the board, so that you will be okay when the time comes. And that's it. Don't take the reality seriously. It's a clown show out there, my friends.
I'm able to completely feel this oneness every now and again. That's something wonderful and something I need. That's probably also the thing people look for when they meditate, when they sing, or when they do things where they have to focus on the moment. And that's what I need as well. That's why the division of life and death doesn't exist for me anymore. For me, the dead are as alive as the living are dead, if I may describe it like that.
Why do you think there is some sort of rejection of experiences such as yours in our society? Why don't people just open the door and say, wonderful? Obviously, life offers a lot more than just the existence we know. Why do you think people are afraid to be confronted by such experiences?
I think it's mainly because they are afraid. They're afraid of death and illness. That's what I experienced a lot at the time. When I didn't have hair on my head, everyone thought I embodied death, so to speak. I constantly confronted the people around me with their own death and frailty. That's something I found very shocking.
But remember that there have been plenty of cultures that never felt this way. This has this whole fear of death has been manifested by a materialistic society across the board. That's it. I mean, this fear of death thing is, from the way I see it, is a fairly new concept. It's not that old. And we're talking, what, a few hundred years, if that? 150 years, maybe? 100. I mean, even in the late 1800s, people weren't really scared. They were asking questions and going down different paths, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess people still were, but the point is this whole fear of death thing is a manifestation of society being entrenched in materialism and thinking that the physical body is it, and that's the end of it. That's it. You're just a bag of bones when you leave here, and there's nothing else to it. It's ridiculous.
When I didn't have hair on my head, everyone thought I embodied death, so to speak. I constantly confronted the people around me with their own death and frailty. That's something I found very shocking, that I had to comfort people, although I would have probably needed comfort. That's also kind of an experience. When you've been so sick that you were lucky to be healed, then you've had the experience that you can endure a severe illness. We always think that there is little that we are able to endure, but humans can endure so much. That's what we also see when we take a look at the suffering in the world. Compared to somebody who is politically persecuted and tortured, my illness was probably quite easy to cope with. We can endure an awful lot. When we are confronted with it, our consciousness or our soul, or whatever you'd like to call it, finds a way to endure it. And
finds a way to endure it, because you know what? The body is pre-built with survival mechanisms, okay? And I don't even have time to go into the whole soul thing, okay? I got to do a separate video, and then I've talked about it a bunch of different times, but the soul and the spirit are two different things, and I'll just say very quickly that the soul is an attachment from the Matrix. It's not our friend, okay? The spirit is the true essence within you. That's where, you know, the constant questioning and pursuit of figuring out, asking yourself, what the hell is going on here? It makes no sense, because deep within you, in your spirit, you're asking yourself, okay, you know, I may not be able to connect to everything that is contained within the spirit, but something is nagging at me saying something is really wrong here. And the soul is saying, no. Go click on that mainstream news article. Go click on it. Click on it now. The world's going to end. You know, you're supposed to be on this life path. No. You know, so it's like boom, boom, boom. They're fighting each other. So that what you want to do is try and bring in as much of the spirit as possible and drown out the soul. Okay? I know for some people it'll be like, oh no, the soul is, it's just, no, they're two separate things. And it's really, really important to be able to distinguish that difference, because it makes our journey, or at least my journey, I don't like to put words in people's mouth, but it at least makes my journey more understandable, because the spirit is what is having me question this place non-fucking stop, relentlessly, day in and day out, for years on end. And finally, it just, you know, my spirit I feel has drowned out that soul component that is, flat out, it's a parasite. I mean, that's it. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't want to go too crazy on this topic because this is one that really just drives me up the wall, because the soul and the spirit misconception is just totally gone. I mean, it's just they're just linked in together when they're the furthest thing from the same thing.
We can endure an awful lot. When we are confronted with it, our consciousness or our soul, or whatever you'd like to call it, finds a way to endure it. And that's incredible. So I didn't just have the near-death experience where I wasn't afraid of dying anymore, but I also had this deep experience that no matter what happens to me, I will die someday, and nobody knows how it will happen. But I know I can manage it. And that's incredible. I'd even like to call it beautiful, because I no longer have to be scared. Of course, I'm scared when I have to go to hospital. I'm very scared. I'm actually a coward. And I'd do anything not to need any more operations or anything similar in the future. But once the day comes, I still know that I can trust that everything will be fine.
What's your wish?
Okay. All right. So I just need to take about a 5-minute break and I will be back. I think I'm going to try and plow through the whole thing tonight. I've kind of got a little bit of energy, so I didn't think I'd have it, but so we're gonna go through the rest of this segment, which will cover the NDE and some of the more difficult parts later on, and through this segment, and then there's going to be another segment too that's about so we've got about 13 minutes left without my commentary on the NDE, and then we got about another 25 minutes without commentary in the second part. So I will see you here in about 5 or 6 minutes. Feel free to take a stretch break. I'm going to go refill my water, and I will see you in a few moments. Thank you so much. See you in a minute. Okay, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Oh. Oops. Let's get rid of that red there. Okay. Alrighty. All right, so again, what we're going to do is finish out the last 13 minutes of the NDE plus commentary, and then we'll do the 25 minutes of further information, which you'll see. All right, let's roll.
Regarding how our society
Know that or anything similar in the future. But once the day comes, I still know that I can trust that everything will be fine.
What's your wish regarding how our society handles death and dying? What would need to change from your point of view?
I think things would have to change in such a way that people were more willing to deal with their emotions, meaning that they should accept that pain and grief are emotions that are as important as joy and love. They shouldn't just focus on one side, but also on the other side, because they have valuable experiences. And if we are no longer scared of death, this also raises the question, do we have any idea if there's something coming after death or not? This is directly connected.
You know, there's so much information out there on this topic that anyone who looks for even like a few months could come back looking at it and saying, "Oh my God, yes, there is absolutely something going on beyond here." And then if you have if you experience psychedelics or if you have some deep meditations, I mean, you can leave your body. You know, you can have out of body experiences, and you can prove it to yourself extremely easily that we transcend this ridiculous meat suit that we reside in temporarily.
Raises the question, do we have any idea if there's something coming after death or not? This is directly connected. And of course, when you have the idea that the body falls apart and that life is finished after death, then you can say, of course, it's sad that a life ends now. Or also when a child dies. It is sad when a 3-year-old child has to die and didn't have the opportunity to live a whole life. But it's not up to us to decide how long a life lasts.
Actually, I would kind of respond to that in saying that if you look at past life regressions, and I dove into a lot of Michael Newton's work, but even independent accounts of regressions through many past life regression therapists and actual accounts, we plan out a good portion, if and depending on if you awaken or not, our life script. So theoretically, a child that dies can plan that, and it could link to the mother or the father, the parent, the grandparent, whoever, as karmic retribution for the previous lifetime. It's some really messed up stuff. But to me, the case is very clear. And for me, it can't be refuted. There's so much there that points to us being involved with other entities, like things that portray themselves to be the Council of Elders, ascended masters, teachers, guides, whatever you want to call them. Okay. And then there's our soul group linked in with all of this. So we're constantly running on this connection to all these things. And then we go back and we do it again and do it again and do it again. And then if you reach a point like where I'm at least, you realize that this is a system that you cannot please. You cannot please this system. And that's the harsh truth for me. Okay, I'm not saying anyone has to believe that, but all these years of looking into this stuff, and especially with the past life regressions, it shows that we plan all this crap and we're being kind of needled with outside forces and soul groups into doing a certain thing, and then they link in the karma thing or the judgment or the shaming, the sinning, whatever you were subscribing to in the previous lifetime, and and then it's all part for your spiritual evolution. I mean, it's just there's no end to it until you wake up and figure out that, okay, my path has to be a sovereign path for success. I mean, and it can't hurt, right? I mean, I say all the time on the channel, even if like you don't agree with most of the things I say or any of the things I say, what's wrong with trying a sovereign path when you leave here just to test the waters? I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, it's just, I don't see any other reason to just bow down to the light or bow down to the system and just say, okay, all right, blah, 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 blah. Why do they come at us so quickly when we're dying, or if someone's having a near-death experience? Why do they come at us with premonitions and deathbed visions, visitations? Why is all this happening? Why do they have to boom, boom, boom? Why do they have to just keep coming at us and not give us time to process and get used to being back into our true form? You see what I'm saying? I mean, either way, if you don't agree with anything that I say, that can't hurt to at least try. I mean, just to give yourself like a little bit of a leg up, and in hopes that you'll at least be able to get your memories back, and hopefully the memories come back in like almost immediately. But if they don't, then you still want to give yourself time no matter what, so you don't have to make a snap decision and fall into some illusionary trap. I always have trouble saying that word. Illusionary trap that is trying to suck you in and take you. Just give it a try. That's all. And that's what I tell people who message me and say, oh, my father's dying, my mother's dying, or my brother, my sister. Just say, like, forget all of the crap that we talk about here, my friends. If you have a family member who is sick and dying, terminal, whatever the case may be, or down the road it happens, just say, look, hey, ma, hey, dad, hey, brother, hey, sister, hey, friend, whoever it is. Look, like, I just want you to know that, when you're on your way out, you're likely going to be met with entities who you think are deceased loved ones, or you may think you're dealing with God or Jesus or whoever. Just give yourself some time and try to take a sovereign path. And if they're somewhat receptive, you can say, oh, well, you're not really dealing with who you think you're dealing with, I mean, but that again, that goes down a whole road of, it just doesn't need to happen. I think if you can at least give a friend or a family member a little bit of a chance, that's the best we can do if they're not receptive to, going the distance and looking at things like what we're looking at today and kind of dissecting them. So, all right, that's enough. I'm sorry for kind of going off on that.
Child dies. It is sad when a 3-year-old child has to die and didn't have the opportunity to live a whole life. But it's not up to us to decide how long a life lasts. Life is a gift, and nobody knows how much time we've got. And I actually have the idea that due to my experiences, I was allowed to feel that the physical dimension isn't the decision-making dimension. But that there must be a dimension in which my essence, or the part that's left of my consciousness, in which it goes into, or rather that I'm already part of. And thus I've got the deep certainty that my body will eventually stop working and that it will die,
was mich ausmacht,
but that the essence of me will live on forever.
von daher ist für mich der Tod eigentlich.
From that point of view, death should be a joyful celebration.
Ich würde auch eigentlich die Religion.
And if you take religion seriously, funeral services should be different.
Actually, that would already be my next question. Life after death is a classic topic for all religions. In your book, you describe how you embarked on a journey through worldviews. How is your relationship with various religions today? Has it changed due to your experiences?
Ja, mein Bezug zur Religion hat natürlich eine gehörige Überprüfung nach sich gezogen. Ich habe
Of course, my connection to religion led to a serious examination. I looked critically at my religion, and I was surprised by the images I carried around that had been taught to me in religious education, and of course also taught by my parents. Despite me not having had a strict religious upbringing, nevertheless I had these images of a punishing God in my mind, or the topic of sin, and also purgatory. And there I was wondering, how did these images get into my mind and heart? I was shocked. Due to my experiences, I was able to understand something completely different, that there is no punishing God, if God, as we call him, even exists. For me, the term God is actually too narrow. Actually, we shouldn't use any terms. Of course, we still use these terms because we need them. I love the absence of terms. And I'd also like to encourage people to say, we don't need to be able to label everything. And even if we don't label something, it is still allowed to exist. Well, I'd just like to encourage people to have more freedom to think for themselves and more freedom to feel for themselves, to open up to the fact that there is a dimension that is beyond everything, or a dimension that already affects us but doesn't need to be labelled. And this dimension seems to have such love and glory that it's only beautiful when we're in contact with this dimension.
It seems the term free.
It's only beautiful when we're in contact with this dimension.
Be labelled. And this dimension seems to have such love and glory that it's only beautiful when we're in contact with this dimension.
But everything that occurs there doesn't really line up with what happens here, right? Isn't that kind of a problem? And if these entities that near-death experiencers or the light are you know, conversing with, experiencing the love bomb, all this stuff, then if they love us so much, why would they send us back? If so many NDEers say they didn't want to come back, so many pre-birth memory accounts, testimonials say that they didn't want to come back, but they do. But yet they're being hit with this love bomb. Then why, if they love us so much, why are they doing that to us? See what I'm saying? I mean, there's a disconnect there. There's a disconnect in logic. So, yeah, really something we got to think about, my friends.
Be labelled. And this dimension seems to have such love and glory that it's only beautiful when we're in contact with this dimension.
It seems the term freedom is very important to you. Fundamentally, religions are supposed to lead to freedom as well. On the one hand, by offering ethical concepts that should guarantee a peaceful and meaningful life together. On the other hand, by offering an outlook that there is more than just the physical world and our material life. Why do you think religious concepts often lead to the opposite, to a lack of freedom?
Well, I think for me, religions are something created by humans. Every time a religion tries to organize itself in a certain system, it has hierarchical problems and rules and so on. Then often the term power comes into play as well. We all know how prone humans are to abusing their power. That's one aspect.
Die Freiheit, die ich mir wünsche, hat eigentlich viel mehr damit zu tun, dass eine Religion die Menschen überzeugen sollte, beziehungsweise
the freedom I'd wish for is more a religion that should convince people, or more specifically enable people to have a depth of experience. That people are enabled to experience what it means, for example, to be carried at all times and protected from whatever comes. That they are aware of that deep in their hearts. There is something we belong to, and that is here for us. That's something I've got to experience myself. That's nothing somebody can preach to me. And I just believe it because I can't come up with anything better.
I just believe it because I can't come up with anything better.
That they are aware of that deep in their hearts. There is something we belong to, and that is here for us. That's something I've got to experience myself.
And that's something that's here for us is MIA. I mean, right? It's MIA. It doesn't mean that, again, everything is scorched earth all the time. It just means that it doesn't fall in line with this whole love bomb light scenario. And, if you're dealing with God, Jesus, whoever, when you go to the light, it just doesn't line up that something is going to send you back and keep you under this euphoric situation, like where you're, basically drugged up when you're over there. I mean, that's the harsh analysis that I put out there on it, because that's how I see it.
That they are aware of that deep in their hearts. There is something we belong to, and that is here for us. That's something I've got to experience myself. That's nothing somebody can preach to me. And I just believe it because I can't come up with anything better.
I mean, isn't that revealing? I just believe it because I can't come up with anything better. That's a pretty revealing statement, right?
And I just believe it because I can't come up with anything better.
Also die Religionen sollten sich öffnen und sollten
Religions should open up and review their rules and analyse whether they actually relate to life and serve people. And they should give people more opportunities to witness and experience things.
I agree, but religions are there for a purpose. I mean, when you think about how, close to the truth that, Hinduism, Buddhism, Gnosticism gets, and then they all cut you short at the end, that says a lot. That says a heck of a lot. And then, we're not even going to get into the other ones. It's just, there are, we'll leave it at that.
And analyse whether they actually relate to life and serve people. And they should give people more opportunities to witness and experience things. Maybe they should also bring death back into life again. Like when people stand at a deathbed, and they are allowed to experience when a person passes away in peace. Then they'll feel exactly this energy and power that I was allowed to experience.
Allowed to experience.
So the problem is that it's actually about experiences. But if these experiences are lacking in a religion or a religious community, then dogmas and rules of conduct become more and more important.
Yes, that's also something I noticed in my church with great disappointment. Because my priest, although he really made an effort and was very nice and loving, he didn't know what to do with me. Today I know that the young theologians who are being trained now are not taught about near-death experiences at all. It's slowly beginning to change, but most of them don't know about it, as well as many doctors and nurses who haven't been informed about this phenomenon. It would be important to make it possible for this phenomenon to be included in various fields of professional training.
And you know what? Ask yourself, my friends, why is that? How come in 2022, when this topic has been dissected in the modern age for over 50 years? I mean, it was obviously happening well before then, but in a quote-unquote scientific manner, we have seen this topic completely analyzed to the hills, with the exception of questioning that it might not be on our side. That's where perhaps people like myself, Wayne Bush, Dan from Overwatch come in and try to fill in the gaps. But the point is they want a super hyper materialistic society that doesn't believe that life or existence transcends the body. And that's all by design. Otherwise, do you know that hospice care is more on the ball than probably any other field? And even that is difficult to really, I mean, I've seen some amazing hospice care workers. I've been with some through my grandmother's death and my father's death, and they do some of the most incredible work. And if you get a good hospice care worker when your family member or close friend is dying, it is great. I mean, it's the way it should be. And if they're being honest and open, they will talk about, deathbed visions and visitations. They will go the nines to try and help you. But the problem is it's only kind of just been starting, like over the last 15, 20 years that hospice has gotten better about this. But as far as the mainstream, just in terms of informing the public, it is absolutely atrocious, and it's a disservice and frankly, a violation of so many just moral and ethical problems. It's not even funny. I mean, what's going on out there it's just sad. It really is. I'm sorry. I don't mean to I'm not trying to rant too much here.
It would be important to make it possible for this phenomenon to be included in various fields of professional training, just as information.
If you could draw an overall picture, how would you describe humanity? Do we travel between this world and the world beyond? What's the meaning of life?
Also meine Vorstellung ist eben, dass meine Körperlichkeit durch einen Geist.
My idea is that our physical being is sensed through a spirit, or as Pim van Lommel would call it, through an endless consciousness.
Jetzt in dieser Form eine bestimmte Zeit hier auf diesem Planeten.
That I have to stay in this form on this planet for a certain period of time to gather experiences.
Gutes zu tun.
in order to do something good, to serve life, and to constantly reflect on the relationships in which I live. And I'd like...
Yeah, but it's not all good. That's the problem, Sabine. It's not all good. That's the problem. You know, I mean, this is, I'm sorry, this is just, to me, it's a canned new age answer. It really is. You know, again, my heart goes out to her. My heart goes out to all these people who go through these experiences and come out the other end and just, I mean, I don't know about you guys out there, but I went through these NDEs time and time and time again. I was like, oh my God, I finally found the answer, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you know, okay, there's some really good stuff at the end. There's some light at the end of the tunnel, so to say. Okay. And it's just, after you start to apply, you know, what's going on here with all this crap that's going on in the astral realm and how they converge and don't make any fucking sense whatsoever. You have to, I mean, you feel like you're punched in the gut again. You feel completely bamboozled. Because you want to think that, you know, there's like this noble reason behind things and that it all makes, you know, like that there's a reason for this crap. And then you just, you get punched in the gut. It sucks. It really, really sucks. Oh, Dan from the Overwatch channel donated $10 in a super chat. Says, great content tonight. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. And I'm going to shoot you an email soon, man. Sorry, I finally just getting over this crazy illness. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to sitting down and talking with you, Dan. It's going to be great. And thank you so much. That's very kind of you.
In order to do something good, to serve life.
Thank you, Dan.
And to constantly reflect on the relationships in which I live. And I'd like to say one thing. Even if I'm a human on this planet who's had a near-death experience, I'm not immune to making mistakes and hurting others. It's not really possible to avoid it in human interaction, because it's inextricably linked and also limited. If I meet a person who represents hard reality and has the sensitivity of a box, then he won't be able to understand me. Then I will also disappoint this person, because his evaluation of me will inevitably just be of one aspect, due to his narrow-mindedness. And often when I'm in contact with people like this, I experience that the great love I feel triggers more fear and horror than freedom. And so I have had to learn to hold myself back. I usually check how I can make contact with various people so that it is acceptable for them. But even then, I can't always predict what will happen to the other person when I act in a certain way. Of course, there are arguments and conflicts sometimes. That's probably also what changed due to the near-death experience. Not only do I have less fear of dying, I also have less fear of life. This means I often dare to go to the heart of an issue and risk a conflict if there is a moment in a conversation when I can't agree anymore because it goes against my wholehearted conviction. Then I have to speak up. That can be quite explosive. But we're here on Earth to figure out what the right solution is. A solution that works for everyone. These are tedious processes, and many people aren't always keen on such processes. But some people aren't keen on dealing with the end of life, either.
But it's also part of this learning process.
Yes, it's part of it too.
Oh, it's all part of the learning process. I mean, how many times we've heard this? spiritual growth, learning. You're here to learn. It's just there's no end in sight.
But it's also part of this learning
Yes,
process.
it's part of it too.
What is the most important message you'd like to share with other people due to your near-death and life experience? That we don't need to be afraid of death?
Yes, we don't need to be afraid of death, and we don't need to be afraid of life either. It's important to me that people become more grateful and more aware that life is a gift, and that it's our duty to live a good life, that we make an effort to spread love, and that we develop a culture of reflection. Freedom doesn't just mean that I want to be free and do everything I want. Freedom also means that I should evaluate and reflect on things. Is what I'm doing at the moment right? And can I improve it?
Self-reflection, self-awareness, and self-discovery. Do these things belong to the path of losing the fear of death?
Yes, of course, also that I envision how I'd like to die. Of course, we don't have control over this, but we can think about it. Well, I often think about my life back to front. Nowadays, I often wonder, who knows how much time I've got left? I don't postpone anything and live every day as if it was the last. This way, my life becomes a lot more intense.
I live every day on the thought of liberation and sovereignty. Okay. And I'm telling you, it's something I am thinking about all the time. I'm thinking about sovereignty, liberation, lucid death with full memory recall, and complete and utter intention that nothing is even going to attempt to mess with me when I leave here. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm not like I'm thinking about it a lot, but it's a daily thing. It's something I'm thinking about multiple times a day. I'm not, dwelling on it or fearful of anything, because I know that I'm in control, and that's all there is to it. Nothing is gonna fuck with me. Now, I know. Some people think, oh, well, we don't have as much control as we think. Well, go try that out. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not. But if you want to put in yourself in that mindset, then guess what? The Matrix is going to go, they're going to open the door and they're going to say, hey, here you go. Here, I'm here. How do I look? You want to come to the tunnel of love? Don't open the door. Don't. It's just like I say all the time. It's not allowed. It's just not allowed to happen to you, because that's your intention. You're a creator being. You're setting it forth every day. You're not going. I'm not saying every minute of every day that you're sending this, but you're thinking about it enough on a regular basis that you are in control, and that hopefully we'll all be in a, or actually not hopefully, we will all be in a position when we leave here that nothing is even going to attempt to confront us and try this bullshit on us. See what I'm saying? Just stick with that. And if you find yourself having a problem with that, that's that, in my opinion, is an attachment. That's the how do I put this? Can't believe it's escaping me right now. That's Stockholm syndrome still brewing within. You don't want to. Don't allow it to enter anything in your being, because you're better than that. You deserve better than that. You don't have to answer to fucking no one. But if you leave the door open and give this thing a freaking centimeter, then it's gonna try something. Make it powerless. Make it completely and utterly powerless. That's why I laugh at this reality. I take this place as a complete clown show, a joke. I don't take it seriously in any way, shape, or form. And whatever happens to me, happens. That's it. And I know when I leave here, I will be fine. And I will be the master of my domain. Nothing else is going to be telling me what the hell to do. Okay? We're already in these damn meat suits. Okay? The objective is to get out of it and thrive and be pure existence and see what the hell happens after that. Okay? I don't know what happens after all of that, but all I know is that if you are completely laser beam focused with intention, that you are in control, you laugh at this reality, and that your future, when the time comes to leave your body, that you are going to essentially teleport yourself to your own realm, nothing within the astral, because the astral is still part of the matrix. That much has been proven to me time and time again, that we have a much better shot of success that way than anything else. And, you know, I saw some people talking about earlier in the chat about the void and this and that. As long as the void is of your own creation, that's fine. Like, personally, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to essentially teleport myself out of this matrix. That's my intention, to teleport myself out of the entire thing to a void realm that is my creation. Nothing else, that it cannot be penetrated by any outside forces. Nothing can mess with me. I'll have a shield when I basically, the moment I leave my body, and that's it. And then whatever happens from there, happens from there. I'm not going to worry about, you know, this and that. You know, like, I hope we can all meet up at some point and you know, crack open an astral beer or whatever. But, you know, I'm not counting on that. I hope something like that can happen, but, you know, we really have to get used to that existence again. Who is to say how many freaking lifetimes we've all been here, right? We really don't know. We have no clue how long we have been under this illusion. Like, me personally, I feel like I've been here for quite some time. I don't know about you guys. I really don't. But I feel like I've been here a while. Okay. And whether that's 100, 200, 500,000, 500,000 lifetimes, I have no freaking clue. All I know is it's been a while. And so, like, how do you gauge what is going on and what we've already experienced and what our how, I guess, how long we've been in existence, what we've experienced in other realms besides this nightmare matrix. You know, what are the exploits out there that can hurt us? What are the positive things that are to our advantage to protect ourselves? I mean, there are so many questions that I need to satisfy for myself before I would even feel remotely comfortable conversing with others and you know, doing kumbaya in some realm together where everything is hunky-dory. No, I mean, like, I hope it reaches that point where we can all kind of chill and be like, oh my God, remember that fucking place back there? Holy shit. You know, but for me, like, right now, the only thing I could think about is myself, and everyone out there, you should be thinking about yourself to protect yourself so that you're not setting yourself up to be controlled by something else ever again. That's all. That's my little statement.
and live every day as if it was the last. This way, my life becomes a lot more intense. However, that doesn't mean that I'm always looking for intensity on the outside, and that I try to have as much fun and as many experiences as possible. But a day of peace and quiet is as valuable as travelling around the world and giving a lecture, or watching a nice film, or having a great conversation with my children. I hope that I get a bit more time to contribute something in the world, and to make a difference in the knowledge of near-death experiences, and change some worldviews. And I'd like to enjoy the happiness that I'm still allowed to be with my husband, and that we've survived a huge crisis together. I'd also like to spend more time living this small life with my husband and my family.
I wish you all the best. Thank you very much for this wonderful conversation, Mrs. Mehne.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking without the microphone on. I'm sorry. Okay, so that ends that part. I'm going to do one more part, which is an additional roughly 25 minutes without commentary. And you're going to hear it's sad. It's sad. What she gets into and how she wraps her head around it and how she explains it away. And okay, so we'll see each other in about 5 or 6 minutes. So take a stretch break, fill your water, do what you got to do, and I will see you here in a minute. You don't want to miss this next part. Thank you so much for spending your part of your Saturday or early Sunday evening, morning with me, and we'll see you in a minute. Thank you. Okay. We are back. Thank you for your patience. And so we are going to roll into part 2, I guess, of this. Again, this last segment is about 25 minutes without commentary. So we're probably looking at about another hour. So probably go over the 3-hour mark tonight. But it's really interesting where she goes with this, and unfortunately explaining away this reality like many do. And you know, again, can't help but feel bad for her. So just really quickly before we get into that, I would like to just let the Last Timers Club members know that our monthly stream for January will be on January 30th, Sunday at 4:30 p.m. So keep an eye on the community tab, members community tab, for further information. But as of right now, I have it set for the 30th at 4:30 p.m. And I would like to just give a quick hello and shout out to all the members. That's AA, PKOSB, T, Lindley, Lone Traveler, Miss Ellie, Vegan Skeptic, Shannon Jones, Donna Gay, JJ Mormon, Sugar Seas, Glitch of the Matrix, Bear Christ, Laura Lee, Tom S., Noah, and Michael Daniel. Thank you so much for your support. Very much appreciated. And again, I want to thank Dan tonight for his super chat as well. Thank you. Very much appreciated. So let's get into the next segment and we'll get rolling here. Let's see. Okay.
Mehne, you have written a book with the title The Big Departure. A very interesting chapter in that book is about the movie of life, and very often other reports about near-death experiences tell us about the process as well, but rarely in depth and without details. How did this work out for you? What meaning did your movie of life have?
That's a good question. I experienced this phenomenon myself as a very important part of my near-death experience. But when I started my research on that topic, I only came across little bits and pieces. And I was thinking how odd, because most of these reports about the movie of life were summed up as a list of different events where people found out how they had done something wrong and unwillingly hurt others. And the typical effect of this was that they were deeply sorry for that. But in my case, a lot of other aspects came up, and I reconsidered and asked myself a lot of questions. Because sometimes people tell us about different scenes of their lives that they had to look at in this movie of life. And I have actually been able not only to look at my whole life and see everything, I have also felt everything and experienced everything that has happened all over again. And this is the most important detail of it. I have also been able to feel and experience everything that was happening from my counterpart's point of view. I also asked myself how this could be that I felt, saw, and experienced it from someone else's point of view. How could I, with my limited logical mind, be able to know so much detailed information about other people's perception? Those were information that I have never collected during my whole life.
Because the Matrix wants you to. That's how I interpret it.
They were never part of my own past. They belonged to somebody else's past. And I have actually been shown whole biographies of people which have opened up before me. And I really started to do research on that. And I came back to this basic, fascinating question. Is my memory only something that exists in my brain? Is it just a summary of everything that I can recall as an event of my past? Or is it something that goes far beyond that? Is it possible that the brain acted as an interface between my own consciousness and a much greater consciousness, almost like a collective consciousness that holds all records and contained all memories? And all of that was revealed just because I was outside of my body in the moment when my own movie of life was revealed to me during my near-death experience. And then I considered the sheer, gigantic amount of information that was presented to me in such a short time. I probably couldn't tell everything that I had seen in this amount of time, because it would take weeks to repeat it verbally. And I also would have to enter another state of awareness, because my everyday life brain couldn't possibly recall everything that was represented to me in my movie of life. I guess I don't even have the necessary brain storage capacity anyways to repeat everything. I would have to connect to that huge pool of consciousness again that was available to me back then. Another aspect of it was the fact that I wouldn't even dare to tell everything I have seen, because I would violate some personality rights of various persons who were involved.
Why? Why? Personality rights?
That I wouldn't even dare to tell everything I have seen, because I would violate some personality rights of various persons who were involved. Because it is also about shame and other things nobody needs to know about.
Nobody needs to know about. So, sheltering disturbing things.
Personality rights of various persons who were involved. Because it is also about shame and other things nobody needs to know about. Maybe other people who have had near-death experiences are not willing to talk about their movie of life in detail either, because of this reason.
Many people with near-death experiences report that they weren't only able to relive their own lives again, but that they experienced the feelings of those other people involved. Did you try to verify such information given in your near-death experience? Did you try to research on that with the help of the people involved?
I have tried to verify those insights, but I couldn't get very far. I didn't want to reveal the reason for my questions, and therefore it wasn't easy to justify them. And so I tried to meet these people multiple times to ask them questions about certain events. But since I have become a more sensitive being after my near-death experience, I could sense the resistance from a person if they didn't want to dive deeper into certain topics. I always accepted that reaction, and I drew back, as always when something like that happens. Then I put it back to the goodness of the whole, or I put it back to my light, and I say, here you are. I give everything back to you. I'm not responsible anymore. I'm not in charge of this anymore, and that is very relieving.
I mean, it's a difficult pill to swallow when you're hearing these types of things. And she's like, oh, well, here you go, and make of it what you will. I mean, again, I can't, I don't want to come off like a jerk. I don't, because I feel that, if I try to always, like, when I'm analyzing the matrix and the parasitical system that we reside in, I always try to put myself as if if I'm one of them controlling it, and how would I do it, and blah 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 blah. And then so, and it's tough to do that because that's not in my nature, but but I also try to put myself in the shoes of someone who's having a near death experience and has this incredible experience and comes back, lives to tell it, and they're unfortunately by default clouded and think that everything is on the up and up. And I would never. I am so thankful that in this lifetime I never experienced such a thing and came back and lived to tell it, because I feel like I would be completely biased. I mean, you don't want to be biased, and like all these NDEers come back and they go through the whole process of some of them have no clue what happened to them, and they learn about near-death experiences. And if it's of the love and light variety, which a large portion of them are, then they've got their answer. They don't really need to look any further. They can continue to have confirmation bias after confirmation bias after confirmation bias, listening, reading, watching other people's, NDEs that line up with theirs or, somewhat similar. Okay. So they have an answer for what occurred to them. The ones that I have found fall short are the hell-like NDEs, but even then, it's such a small percentage that I still have to release that interview I did with a man who had a hell-like NDE. I have over 3 hours of interview with him. I gotta put that out at some point. But the point is I am so happy that I never had an NDE and had all this stuff to refer to. But I mean, at the same time, like, you got to think that even if you did have an NDE, like if you're a seeker at heart, where you're questioning everything, asking everything, putting scrutiny on everything and anything, that you would hope that you could say, oh, maybe what I experience isn't on the up and up. I've had people email me. I've had people call me, video call me, and tell them, and they're near-death experiencers who had a very positive experience, and they're saying, holy shit, I think you may be onto something. There aren't many of them, but there's enough that it's unfortunate that most of them aren't comfortable with sharing. But I mean, I recently just spoke to someone who called in. We did just an open panel discussion with a bunch of people. It's the previous video before this, and there's some information there that's interesting. And it was just odd to have a near-death experiencer, in the moment share stuff like that, because I would like to talk to more people who have had NDEs and are looking at the Matrix, Reincarnation, Soul Trap seriously. It doesn't mean that we have to agree, obviously, but if it's something that you're considering or not, I would love to talk to you. So just to put it out there, email me with the subject header NDE, and we'll take it from there. It's foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. I'm quite backed up on my emails, almost over like a couple months. But if you put NDE in the topic, I'll try and get back to you as soon as I can, and we'll try and set something up, whether it's private or public. I leave it up to you.
I give everything back to you. I'm not responsible anymore. I'm not in charge of this anymore, and that is very relieving. But there was one situation where I had the courage to arrange an encounter with a person to truly verify the circumstances of an event that I had experienced. And I am very thankful for my own courage to get in touch with this person and stand face to face with this person. Because in this situation, I have found out that that event must have actually happened the way it was shown to me in my movie of life. It was important to me to verify this event, and I actually sensed it in the here and now, that I have been shown the truth. Even though I have known this already within me, even more so years after my near-death experience, when I fully understood what this sequence of my movie of life was about, it was good to be able to verify the event simply because I just wanted to have a proof without doubts. And then something very touching happened, because I understood the motivation behind the deeds of another person. I knew why he has acted that way and no other way, which was also influenced by me. A movie of life does not only consist of happy moments, it also contains many unhappy moments, which aren't always caused by my own bad actions or decisions, but they are also often caused by others doing us wrong or hurting us. And to have the chance to look at the bigger picture of those scenarios and to realize with my whole body why those situations have occurred was really the key to a total transformation of this whole incident. Because this process of realization solved the whole situation. This might sound strange, but I'm sure it's exactly what happens in every successful therapy. If I get to a point where I understand within me and where I can forgive within me, only then I am free. And I wouldn't want to miss this moment. It has cost.
Only then I am free. The way I see it is whatever attachment. Now, obviously, we're discussing Sabine, but at the same time, I'm kind of discussing us that, at least me, that any attachments that we have really need to be resolved while we're here, so that they don't come and bite us in the ass later on. We don't want to leave doors open for, I'll just call it fuckery down the road. We want to make sure that we're in the most optimal position imaginable. So when we leave here, that there is nothing that is going to even try and mess with us and garner control over us. Again, laugh at the Matrix, my friends.
This might sound strange, but I'm sure it's exactly what happens in every successful therapy. If I get to a point where I understand within me and where I can forgive within me, only then I am free. And I wouldn't want to miss this moment. It has cost me a lot of strength and willpower, but I have also received so much courage from my near-death experience. Not being afraid of death means also not being afraid of life. And not being afraid of life means to face all of our life topics and main themes. Even those that we are fearful about or insecure about, or where we feel that we can't get any further. And then you can ask yourself, what exactly is going on here? And very often you get to a point where you realize that no one actually wants to hurt the other one.
Really? I don't necessarily think that's true. There are different personality types that come here, and that might all be planned and disgusting and vile and not right. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they have a heart. or that deep inside them that everyone is, everyone has empathy and compassion and things like that. I mean, that's just not the way it works across the board. It's a generalization. And I'm sorry, I'll just say it. It's hope porn. Okay? It's setting yourself up to think of a world, a perfect world that simply does not exist here, because there are different personality types, different ways people grow up, different everything, okay? And some people have the empathy and compassion built within them, and then there are segments of the population that simply do not have that. That's just the way it works, okay? And how that is all scripted beforehand and blah, blah, I mean, we could talk to the hills about that. But the point is it's not the way it's being portrayed by Sabine. It's being portrayed for her particular situation. And even then, like, I would like to sit down with her and say, I mean, did you talk with this person? Did you go into any depth with how this all unraveled? And did you get an apology? Did they seek you out at any point, or did you have to seek them out? And I mean, how does this all work? You know, I mean, the way I see it is if someone who does you wrong, like in a really bad way, is not taking the initiative, and it's all falling on you to do the forgiving, isn't something wrong with that picture? Something's really wrong with that picture. That's the scales are not evened out. Okay, so you go through an abusive situation, or you're involved in a situation that you might feel guilty about that was an abusive situation, and then you kind of come out on the other end and you're doing all the work. That doesn't make much sense, right? There's something missing there.
Feel that we can't get any further. And then you can ask yourself, what exactly is going on here? And very often you get to a point where you realize that no one actually wants to hurt the other one. But that in certain constellations, it's just about the inability to be the best version of your human self. And to realize that reminds me of the moment of freedom that I experienced in my near-death experience. And when I can get to that point of freedom in my physical life, then this is a wonderful reason to live. That's also an aspect that we oftentimes do not appreciate enough. When talking about dying or living, I also wrote that down in my book, that people don't appreciate life enough. And what exactly is life? What do we actually lose when we die one day? And why are we feeling sadness for if that day comes for someone? I noticed that when I had conversations with people about my near-death experience and they realize how relaxed I am regarding the topic death, they are quite shocked about me dealing in such a non-resisting way with all of these things related to death. But I have that same relaxed way to deal with everything related to life. Because I'm not afraid of life anymore, and I'm also not afraid anymore of all of those uncomfortable and unwanted emotions that we'd like to push far, far away from us.
And in near-death experiences, people are confronted with the whole truth about the consequences of their actions on others when being shown the movie of life. They can't run away, they can't ignore, and they can't escape the confrontation with their life's truth. Do you think that
before she answers this question, I just want to say that I think, and this this may be a tough pill to swallow, but trust me, there aren't many out there, if any, out there who are, psychopaths, raging narcissists, because they're so deep within themselves, deep within the matrix, that they are almost all but guaranteed to come back here. But I am of the belief that anyone can escape here if they figure out the scam. Now, does that justify or make anything moral or correct or right that they can get away with the crap that they do? No, hell no. But if one realizes that they have the power of sovereignty to control their situation and leave here, then they probably can get out no problem. I mean, that's the tough part. The thing is the bulk of the population out there is completely willing to go along for the ride because they've been conditioned from a little child. Okay. And that just keeps going, and it's intergenerational trauma. And actually she brings that up. It's intergenerational indoctrination and trauma that carries over and over and over and over. And yeah, I mean, we'll leave it at that.
Comfortable and unwanted emotions that we'd like to push far, far away from us.
And in near-death experiences, people are confronted with the whole truth about the consequences of their actions on others when being shown the movie of life. They can't run away, they can't ignore, and they can't escape the confrontation with their life's truth. Do you think that everyone can actually bear that amount of truth about themselves?
Oh yes, I think so. When you are outside of your body, you are already in another state of consciousness. And my movie of life actually was happening at the same time as being with the presence of light. I was already in the light, so what could have happened to me? And that's exactly the self-revelation without a runaway guarantee. As soon as I realized that I have made a mistake, and I am sorry for it, I regret it. But at the same time, I also know what the reason for it was and why I couldn't do any better at that time. And we are people with limitations. Nobody is perfect. And then there are some people who think that we are here to gain a lot of experience. And if we consider this, then of course it's okay to make a lot of mistakes, because we gain a lot of experience with them and we can learn from them.
But you come here with no memory. So if everything is about experience and gaining knowledge and growing spiritually and blah, 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 the whole song and dance that we've heard time and time and time again, then why is there a memory wipe? How come we come here born ignorant, not knowing where we came from, why we are here, or where we are going, if there is no way to know what we're improving upon to grow spiritually? Then there is a disconnect there, a major disconnect, and it just amazes me how we can go through all of these examples, and we're all born here ignorant. We're all born here under the indoctrination systems. We don't have any freaking memory of what the heck goes on. If you're lucky enough to traverse down the aisles of the matrix and figure out that past life regression, hypnosis and regression is a thing and that you can tap into past lives, then you might get a little bit of answers. But you know what? You know what I found when I've gone through that? The answers mean nothing. There's something that, yes, I connect with on a deep level. It just confirms to me that I have been here before. And you know what? Some of it is disturbing. Some of it is, it just proves to me that, I've been a cog in the wheel of the Matrix for quite some time. It doesn't answer me the big question. There's no magical energy wave that hits you and says, okay, all right, FC, now's your time. All right, you figured it out. You've done your past life hypnosis regression, and okay, here's your life script. Here's your plan. You agreed to spiritually evolve in this area, and this area, and this area, and okay, go about and do your thing. No, none of that crap happened to me. None of it. None of it. So for me, I mean, this is my story, okay? I can't speak for anyone else out there. All I'm saying is that I have gone through this crap, and I'm still doing it. And all it proves to me is that it's a bunch of stories and lives that I did live while here that prove that I lived here multiple incarnations, and that's it. And there's a lot of very disturbing things related to it, okay? That are very bothersome. Okay? I don't like even talking about it, but the reason I share it is because if you want to go out there and prove it to yourself that you've been here before, you can. I could all but guarantee you can. But I'm not saying go out and get a past life regression with Michael Newton's crowd or whatever. I used William Buhlman or Buhlman, however you want to pronounce it. Go out and you can use his, I think he's got a 5 audio track download or CD set that you can get. And if you look hard, it's not that hard to find. If you look enough on the internet, you can find it. But if you want to pay for it, you can too. And I highly suggest his books too. I mean, in my opinion, he's connects with a lot of amazing things, but at the same time, he kind of falls under, Earth, it's a learning experience, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, he says so many great things that that prove he knows what the hell's going on here. And I like his past life regression things. And you can do it right from the comfort of your home. Just make sure that you got a headset that has left and right in it. And you can go and take notes. I have audio recordings. You can do an audio recording of what you find afterwards. And you'll prove to yourself that you've probably been here before. And it could be disturbing as hell. Or it could be, you might have had some amazing lifetimes too. But the point is it's not going to provide you the grand salami of all answers. That's the problem. You're sitting there and you're saying to yourself, okay, all right, okay, I found this lifetime, I found this lifetime, I found that lifetime. And all you're doing is finding out useless information that just proves you've been here before. And that you may have been a really nice guy, or you might have been an asshole. I mean, you're not going to get the guidebook. That's my point. You're not going to get the guidebook of what the hell you're supposed to be doing while you're here. That's the problem. You're not going to get some grand revelation that's going to be like, oh my God, now I understand the Matrix. I understand why I'm here. I understand this incarnation. Now I've got it. You're not going to get the fucking answer. I promise you. And if you do get the answer, you better be careful. That's all I'm saying. Just be careful. If you think you get all the answers in a past life regression, trust me, something's wrong. I've looked at enough of this crap. I've gone through enough of this crap to know that the guidebook is not there. At least for me. If you want to, cook up something that, makes you feel better, fine. It's interesting stuff. It really is. But you're just not going to get the answers that you think you're going to get. Like you're not going to get the questions to the universe. You're not going to get the answers to how you got here, when you got here, what you're supposed to be doing. It just, none of that stuff came to me. Maybe there's something out there that for some of you, but for me, none of it. All it proves to me is that I've freaking been here enough times to make my head spin. Okay. Enough of the rant. That's it.
And we are people with limitations. Nobody is perfect. And then there are some people who think that we are here to gain a lot of experience. And if we consider this, then of course it's okay to make a lot of mistakes because we gain a lot of experience with them and we can learn from them.
Cleopatra.
The point is, are we willing to learn from our experiences? If we have done something wrong, it would be very important to cultivate an attitude where we are sorry for it and we apologize to the people involved, or at least ask for an open conversation. The sad thing is that a lot of people are even afraid to ask someone for an honest conversation. They actually prefer to accuse others and say, "You have hurt me," and constantly keep complaining about it and stay in a stage of separation instead of having an honest conversation. I also meet such people and I tell them, if you want to live like that, go ahead. I would solve this problem in another way, but it is your decision and I cannot force you to do something else.
That's a
Okay. Before we even go down this road, I think it's important to heal. Now, she's kind of coming from a perspective where everyone has options. Everyone has an option to have an honest discussion with whoever the offender or offenders may have been. And that's not always the case. That's just not the way it works. Some may be alive, some may be dead, some may care, some may not give a shit. Most of the time, I would think a really bad offender is not really going to be, losing sleep over what they might have done to you 20, 30 years ago. Okay? That's all.
Go ahead.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't work on yourself. It doesn't mean you should self-loathe, right? It doesn't mean you should, live your day-to-day existence wallowing in it. I mean, it doesn't, I'm not saying what may have happened to, some of you out there or myself, that it's okay, but whatever you need to do to garner self-acceptance for you to make your day-to-day life better, it's important. It's really important. It makes your experience here a little more manageable. That's all.
it and stay in a stage of separation instead of having an honest conversation. I also meet such people and I tell them, if you want to live like that, go ahead. I would solve this problem in another way, but it is your decision and I cannot force you to do something else.
That's a way to deliberately stay in emotional bondage.
Exactly. And for me, that's part of world peace and peace in everyday life. I think about this quite a lot since I've had my near-death experience. Why don't we get there to have healthy relationships, to build relationships that are loving and caring? Why is war imminent in so many regions of the world? Of course, many times there are no easy and simple solutions, but in everyday life, I observe that so many people are not courageous enough. It is possible to clear up difficulties between people if we take the time to talk, to listen, and to work it out together. We must give each other space for this process. And also, we evaluate too fast. We build a judgment and then we constantly let our own view of the world run down over other people's existence. And then we are surprised if it doesn't work out. I also do that sometimes. I haven't turned into an angel either. I make these mistakes too from time to time.
Alright, I want to rewind just a little bit.
Clear up difficulties between people if we take the time to talk.
Okay, clear up difficulties if you take time to talk. Sometimes that option isn't always there, especially if it's something that happened to you as a child. You know, again, these options are not always readily available. It could have been a stranger that did something wrong to you. It could have been a family member that just doesn't care or is deceased. I mean, it could be a number of different scenarios. It could be a best friend. You name it. It could be anything and everything. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's all going to align in a perfect way for you to handle it. Now, does that mean you should wallow in it and make it define you the rest of your life? No. But the system wants you to feel that way. It wants you to wallow in it every minute of every day. Does that make it right? Hell to the no. But at the same time, you gotta look out for you. You're number one. You're number one. If the options to you are, deceased loved one that abused you, then you need to figure out a path for you to make sure you are looking out for you. Number one. You're number one. But, if the option is available to you to maybe confront them, then it's up to you. You want to go down that road? Go for it. If that's what you need to do to heal and rid yourself of this once and for all to go within and however you got to handle it, then go for it. Whatever you need to do. But if there's no option available to you, then the best thing you can do is work within. I know it's like, oh yeah, work within, blah, 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 but if there's no options available to you, that doesn't mean you need to go and, look for forgiveness and all that. I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. Whatever you need to clear whatever happened to you to help push yourself forward, that's what matters. That's what matters. And move on as best you can, because the way the system is set up now, it's like, oh, okay, well, okay, go to therapy, talk about it. And, look, I'm just going to tell you from my personal experience. I, did the whole therapy thing, talked about it. And you know what they like to do? At least this is what I experienced. And I went to 4 different people, okay? I went to 4 different people, and it was like, oh, let's talk about it this week. Let's talk about it next week. Let's talk about it every fucking week. Every week. Let's just, let's talk about it. Let's just make this the centerpiece of your very existence for eternity until you leave this place. Do you think you're going to heal if that's the way to they handle it? I mean, really. I mean, I realized after many years that it's like, why the hell am I continuing to put myself through this, And, at some point you got to say, okay, it sucks, it happened, and it is what it is. It doesn't mean I forgive them or this or that. I mean, if someone came to me and asked for forgiveness, then okay, I get it. Then, maybe I'd be a little more receptive. But does that mean that I am supposed to just, okay, the matrix system comes to me and says, okay, you're supposed to just auto forgive, even though they've made no effort. Nothing has come forward into my life to think that this person is seeking forgiveness or has thought of their wrongdoings. Hell no. I seriously think that it just doesn't really work that way for most people. So having it generalized down to Sabine's scenario is maybe unique. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I mean, I only have my experience and friends and family who I know have experienced other things in their lives that were wrong. And you know what? No, I'm telling you, literally no one who is on the offending side has come to seek forgiveness on their own. So that is pretty telling for me. I'm not saying that's how it is for anyone else, but it's just not cut and dry like Sabine is presenting. It just doesn't work that way.
Many times there are no easy and simple solutions, but in everyday life I observe that so many people are not courageous enough. It is possible to clear up difficulties between people if we take the time to talk, to listen, and to work it out together. We must give each other space for this process. And also, we evaluate too fast. We build a judgment, and then we constantly let our own view of the world run down over other people's existence. And then we are surprised if it doesn't work out. I also do that sometimes. I haven't turned into an angel either. I make these mistakes too from time to time. But I have observed that I see others from a much wider range of perspectives, and it's intimidating to them. Or let's put it in this way, in contact with me, people start to become aware of their own emotional, unfulfilled needs. And then something very interesting happens. I observe that very often I am held responsible for the unfulfilled needs of someone else. So if something doesn't work out in close contact with me, others tell me I am the reason why. But lately, I consider it as the other way around. I am just the trigger for something within the other person, and the reason lies within them. And if this person is not willing to look at the root of the problem within himself, search for the cause of it and maybe analyze it, maybe even together with me, the difficulties will remain. Someone once told me he is allergic against me, but even then an allergy is only a response to a specific trigger and not the cause of the problem. The cause of an allergy lies within the person who suffers from the allergic reaction.
Do you have the
Okay, I am going to take a quick break. Won't be long. Just got to fill my water, and we will get right back to it. I'll be less than 5 minutes on this break, my friends. So I'll see you in a minute. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience. And we are going to hop right back into it.
The problem, the cause of an allergy, lies within the person who suffers from the allergic reaction.
Do you have the impression that with the film of life, aspects and experiences are put into the focus that previously had been a taboo?
That is a very good question. A near-death experience makes you already a lot more courageous. But in my case, the movie of my life made me even more courageous, because it had such a tremendous impact and so much meaning for me, especially in breaking the silence about taboos. I think we, living in the 21st century, have created a world for us with the possibility of openly, freely, and honestly discussing all kinds of topics, on the one hand. But on the other hand, there still do exist many taboos. And one of them is, for example, the near-death experience in itself. Someone who has had a near-death experience is very likely to be judged someone who is nuts if he isn't lucky enough to find a scientist who tells him that something like this is actually possible. Death,
or if they do their own research.
Something like this is actually possible. Death and dying is also a taboo. Who is talking about dying? Either it's something horrible and nobody wants to have to do something with it, or it gets even idealized. The concepts we have of dying are also not contemporary anymore, especially since we are capable of creating a peaceful, dignified process of dying with the help of palliative medicine. But that is also a taboo. And then the third taboo is, and that is where my own experience with the movie of life comes in, that being exposed to the tremendous amount of information about my own life, an incident came up that I had already repressed. Repressing memories can be a relief for the moment, but it's obviously not always the best way to deal with traumatic experiences.
Yeah, because the memory is, sanctioned off, governed into a certain area. It's like a default setting within the human body and brain to push it aside and help you forget it. It's messed up. I mean, in the moment, of course, depending on the level of trauma that you're dealing with, of course, it can be helpful. But would you rather not know the truth? I mean, like, to me, like, I've always kind of lived my life, like, demanding the truth at every corner that I can get. And if my own brain and body are betraying me and not giving me the full story, whether it thinks it's protecting me or not, it just doesn't sit right. It just doesn't sit right with me. I'd rather have the full story than no story at all.
Where my own experience with the movie of life comes in, that being exposed to the tremendous amount of information about my own life, an incident came up that I had already repressed. Repressing memories can be a relief for the moment, but it's obviously not always the best way to deal with traumatic experiences. In my case, it was an act of violence that I had to endure, and not an act of violence that I had committed. Both sides are part of the movie of life, doing something to others and having experienced what others had done to us.
Do you hear that? Just let me rewind that.
With traumatic experiences. In my case, it was an act of violence that I had to endure, and not an act of violence that I had committed. Both sides are part of the movie of life, doing something to others and...
I mean, how do you chalk it up to just being the movie of life? Two people involved.
Not an act of violence that I had committed. Both sides are part of the movie of life, doing something to others and having experienced what others had done to us. I always ask myself when I read about reports from near-death experienced people, why are they constantly talking about what they had done to others and not about what others had done to them? Why does nobody address and communicate that?
Because everything is love and light. Remember, everything that you're experiencing in a near-death experience is on the up and up. There's no reason to question anything. Of course, I'm being sarcastic.
What others had done to us. I always ask myself when I read about reports from near-death experienced people, why are they constantly talking about what they had done to others and not about what others had done to them? Why does nobody address and communicate that? Are we not courageous enough?
Why isn't the whole system analyzed and questioned in near-death experiences? How come all the crap that happens with ritual abuse, nothing is questioned? That kind of, puts the system on blast. That's a problem.
What they had done to others and not about what others had done to them. Why does nobody address and communicate that? Are we not courageous enough? I started to become courageous enough, and I reported that something has happened that I wasn't aware of and that I would have never ever considered possible. But I felt a lot of fear concerning this topic, and when I was ready to face it, and when I wasn't fighting against that big fear anymore, my everyday life consciousness opened up into that huge pool of consciousness again that I had access during my near-death experience. And this sequence of my movie of life opened up before me for post-processing, and I'm really thankful for that. The offense was sexual assault and sexual abuse as a little girl. And sexual abuse is a huge taboo in our society. Let's consider that only 4% of the population have had near-death experiences and therefore are in touch with a taboo. And in addition to that, sexual abuse is a huge taboo too, and we don't talk about it as well. Mostly because we are terribly afraid of it, because it is a taboo taking place inside of families and in the neighborhood. And every child that is involved in sexual abuse is of course willing to and prepared to protect its own system. So I was confronted with that again.
I mean, just think about how many problems derive out of this. The family abuse, close friends, family, in that circle, and get away with it. And she gets into intergenerational abuse. And she's just nailing it on the head. But the whole time, she's making excuses for it. And, again, my heart goes out to her. I am not some heartless asshole, okay? But at the same time, I don't like to see people abused and make excuses because they had an experience that attempted to explain away everything. Or maybe they came to a realization later on in life after their near-death experience that, again, explains away what happened to them. Or a scenario in which they were put in. It's wrong on so many levels, it's not even funny.
The offense was sexual assault and sexual abuse as a little girl. And sexual abuse is a huge taboo in our society. Let's consider that only 4% of the population have had near-death experiences and therefore are in touch with a taboo. And in addition to that, sexual abuse is a huge taboo too, and we don't talk about it as well. Mostly because we are terribly afraid of it, because it is a taboo taking place inside of families and in the neighborhood. And every child that is involved in sexual abuse is of course willing to and prepared to protect its own system. him. So I was confronted with that again, and I was able to relive this incident all over again. And the great thing about it was that I was able to understand my offender. It is always just one judgment of society that the perpetrator is guilty and he is a horrible person. And of course, that is a terrible thing, and I wouldn't want to experience it ever again. And I also wouldn't wish that to happen to anyone. But reconciliation and forgiveness can, in my opinion, only happen if I can understand why this person has done that.
If I can only understand why this person did that. And Vince is right. Stockholm Syndrome is a tough one to overcome. We're too kind to even blame our oppressor sometimes. That's how good we are. Yeah, Vince. Yep.
Reconciliation and forgiveness can, in my opinion, only happen if I can understand why this person has done that. That is possible for me to understand because of my near-death experience, because his whole biography had opened up to me.
His whole biography opened up to me. That's the explaining away front and center. Now, as Vince said, the Stockholm Syndrome is tough to overcome. It is, especially when it's intergenerational and it just keeps moving like a barreling freight train. But that's not to put aside all of the other scenarios that can occur that have absolutely nothing to do with intergenerational trauma or at least immediate family, but neighbors, whoever that may commit a horrible act on another person or child. I mean, yeah.
Reconciliation and forgiveness can, in my opinion, only happen if I can understand why this person has done that. That is possible for me to understand because of my near-death experience, because his whole biography had opened up to me. Of course, the offender was actually a pitiful person who hadn't adequately dealt with his own life experiences. How many traumatic events of sexual abuse or physical abuse are not adequately dealt with at all? And then they get repeated in chains of sexual violence or physical violence generation after generation.
And the only place that change can occur is within the family unit. If you have a child growing up in an abusive situation, witnessing, experiencing, then it's just a proven fact that they are more prone, not definitely, but more prone to becoming an abuser themselves, because that's what they experienced. That's what they witnessed and learned around them. That's just a fact. I mean, it's not that. It's really not up for debate. It's just what we see time and time again. And there are scientific studies on this. It's nothing new. But does that mean that every single person that comes out of that environment will be like that? No. But you're more prone to come and be an abuser if you are around that situation. Now, does that mean that you can't, improve yourself down the road and become a better person, even if you did do something wrong? Of course not. You can always improve on yourself, but we're talking about forgiveness here. We're talking about being the bigger person and and, in some cases, righting their wrongs, like in her situation. Like, I don't know how it all played out in her life. I haven't read her book, but I will watch her documentary when it comes out. But the point is it shows how deeply embedded this can become, and how it can affect generation after generation for those who just, are a product of their environment and don't look within, and don't say, hey, okay, the moral and ethical line is here. Compassion and empathy is here. And then abuse and all sorts of nasty shit is over here. And I want to be over here. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, it's just the whole thing is just not cut and dry like it's presented. I mean, there's so many factors involved, and she hits on so many different areas, but at the same time, it's like, oh, well, if, I was in a unique situation where I was able to, relate with him more, or, I saw what he went through. I saw his life. Well, he had just as much a chance to improve himself as you did, and every single other person in this realm. I mean, I would really like to know, did this person come and ask for forgiveness? Did this person take the initiative to seek her out, or seek the multiple people that clearly he offended within her family or family friend unit, and try to make it right and say, oh, I was whatever, I grew up in this environment, everything was really messed up, and I'm sorry. No, because chances are that did not occur. It just needs to be said. I mean, this is where it really gets, it's deep, and I'm trying to be as honest and forthright as possible, that it just doesn't work this way normally. It just doesn't.
Me to understand, because of my near-death experience, because his whole biography had opened up to me. Of course, the offender was actually a pitiful person who hadn't adequately dealt with his own life experiences. How many traumatic events of sexual abuse or physical abuse are not adequately dealt with at all? And then they get repeated in chains of sexual violence or physical violence generation after generation. For this aspect, a near-death experience is a very good thing. I would wish that science would put much more emphasis on that, and would put that much more into the center of attention.
Yeah, but why does someone have to have a near-death experience to reach this point? I mean, like, someone who doesn't necessarily have a near-death experience, they might have a moral and ethical reckoning moment within them at some point. But it's likely later on, towards their deathbed. So why does a near-death experience and the unraveling of a memory that was specifically cordoned off from you in a moment to protect you, okay, have to come out through a near-death experience? Now, is that the case with everyone? Of course not. But the point is it's revealing that all of these things kind of need to unfold in order for her to get to the point where she's at. I mean, it's very revealing.
For this aspect, a near-death experience is a very good thing. I would wish that science would put much more emphasis on that and would put that much more into the center of attention. Or even better, to use the concepts of a movie of life for therapeutic purposes in therapeutic settings, especially the aspects of seeing the same situations out of another person's perspective. But I can also say that today, no matter how horrible it was, no matter how bitter it was, and no matter how it has made my life, that through this profound examination of that subject, the whole topic is healed today. I admit that there are some little bits and pieces that are still kind of triggering for me in everyday life. Actually, it is a fact that it's very hard to fully transform the body's memory in all aspects with trauma therapy. But that is not the goal anyway. The goal is to integrate it and to be able to live a good life with it.
And right on for that. The goal is to live a good life with still, just okay, it happened. And live a decent life as best you can. Instead of falling in the pits of despair and help and directing yourself to living and wallowing in it so that you can't ever heal. And, I'm not saying that, everything will heal overnight and this and that, but at the same time, the way the system is set up, it's set up for you to wallow in it. And, that doesn't excuse a damn thing, my friends. It doesn't excuse a damn thing if something did happen to any of you out there. All I'm saying is in order for you to move on for yourself, wallowing in it is just not going to help. It's just not. At least for me, again, I'm speaking from my perspective on things that I went through, and someday I'll share everything that I went through. But the point is we have such a parasitic system that wants you to go and be stuck in a ditch your entire life, and then like you come out the other end like twiddling your thumbs like what the hell, it's not productive for you as a spirit being to get by here. It's just not set up that way. I mean, it's very difficult. So remember, take care of you. You're number one. If you need to go through therapy or whatever you need to do to improve yourself and come out the other end feeling better, do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. I would suggest hypnotherapy can help quite a bit, but if you need to jump on board with a regular therapist, good. But don't be afraid to test the waters and go about whatever path you need to until you find the right one. Don't let them control your life through misery week in and week out. Go through your healing period and try to move forward as best you can. Because the way it is out there right now, oh my God. It's perfectly designed for you to fall in that hole and never get out and just keep paying those copays week in and week out. and not truly heal and move on for your sake. It's a perfect storm out there, and everyone out there who's gone through anything like she has deserves better. They deserve the best possible path for them, for you.
Therapeutisch zu transformieren, das ist wirklich schwer.
But that is not the goal anyway. The goal is to integrate it and to be able to live a good life with it. And I have definitely fully achieved that.
Und ich glaube auch,
I also think that by examining this topic so effectively, I have also been able to interrupt that pattern for the next generation to come, for my own children and for future generations.
dass ich quasi dieses Muster unterbrochen habe.
Because strangely enough, I know families where these patterns have repeatedly occurred in many, many generations.
In vielen Generationen sich durchzieht und dass ich
I hope that by talking about it, by reflecting on it, and by raising public awareness of it, I help others to avoid situations where such things can occur.
so eine Situation möglicherweise hineinbegibt. Und ein Aspekt finde ich noch sehr wichtig, wenn ich den noch sagen darf.
And I would like to add another aspect, if I may, because those women and men, as we now know, it's not only women who are affected by it.
Wie wir heute wissen,
A lot of these people that are dying now have experienced war
Krieg erlebt
and have been victims of the most violent sexual assault and abuse.
und darüber
And it has never been talked about. War trauma is, of course, a topic of its own in Germany anyway, but this aspect of it especially. I have a very close friend who is working in palliative care, and I have also written about this in my book.
ich habe das auch in meinem Buch geschrieben. Sie hat
She has told me that oftentimes she is sitting at the bedside of these people, and then they report to her.
das
Although she is kind of a stranger, they report to her in form of a live confession experiences with massive sexual violence and abuse shortly before walking over the threshold. And that getting rid of such a heavy burden is obviously a huge relief, and also probably a reason why they're able to let go and release and relax.
soll
Okay, we've talked about to Kingdom Come, how deathbed visions and visitations, premonitions can go either way. It can eat a person alive who did a lot of bad and horrible things in their lives. And at the end of the day, the Matrix kind of, throws them a softball and says, "Okay, all right, you're gonna have to relive these moments and, go within and blah 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 blah, and seek forgiveness for those you've hurt, some of which are probably dead, some of which are alive who want nothing to do with you, and then some who may come reluctantly, but will still come to you to give you that admission pass, so we say. And that okay sign, like, okay, it wasn't okay, but at the same time, we'll, entertain you and because you're this or that, related to me, that, the forgiveness is granted on the deathbed. I mean, it could play out so many different ways. It's not even funny. But the point is it's set up in a way that it just like erases everything. No big deal. No matter what the scenario is, it most likely, I'm sure when they get up there that it'll be some sort of karmic response to get them back here in the Matrix. But short of that, I mean, if they're still knee deep, face first into the Matrix, it makes no difference. The Matrix still has the being, the spirit, the parasite where it wants it, and it's going to say, okay, well, it was all part of your spiritual evolution, yeah. You did some really nasty things and you shouldn't have done it, but, it's all part of your spiritual growth, right? I mean, come on. Let's get real here.
Sexual violence and abuse shortly before walking over the threshold. And that getting rid of such a heavy burden is obviously a huge relief, and also probably a reason why they're able to let go and release and relax. This enables them to die peacefully and more easily. I think it's important to reflect on that aspect and to raise the question, how can we be more courageous? And without tearing each other apart, how can we distinguish and consider and discuss the taboo subjects of our lives in a sensitive way? And within that, raise the question of the meaning of life. What do we have to learn? Why is life always drenched in violence and difficult situations and severe emotional conditions?
Well, I mean, we could start off by asking whoever is, controlling this nut house, who apparently loves us but sends near-death experiencers back who don't want to come back. I'm telling you, it is upwards in the mid 90 percentile. You will see time and time and time again that near-death experiencers do not want to come back. But yet, they're dealing with something so loving, so wonderful, and they end up coming back. Where's the love in that? I mean, what's so loving about sending someone back who just had a traumatic experience, who just was on death's doorstep, and yet they, send like a healing program back with them, and they're miserable. I mean, come on. What's loving about that? What's you see how the two do not correlate. They just don't. They do not make sense. And that's because they want to send spirits back here until the body is set to expire, however that works, and extract as much, we can call it loosh, negative energy extraction, whatever you want to call it, to keep these sick bastards fed. I mean, that's really how I see it. Taking creative energy, we're creator beings, and propping up this matrix lifetime after lifetime, segment of, country after country. It just goes on and on and on and on. I mean, look at what we're going through these last few years. Does it make any freaking sense? I mean, look at the mainstream. This whole mainstream thing that we see, on steroids is nothing new. They had back in the day when they only had radio stations or 3 or 4 TV stations, they still owned it. They still ran it all. And we can go back even further in religion control. Before any media was around, this system has been in place for a long time. They even had propaganda. Remember in the town square, they would nail up every morning. They would nail up the freaking, regional propaganda in the town square, and everyone would come in and check it out, like either on their lunch break or whatever slave work they were doing at the time. And then they would, chop off heads and club some knees if people didn't comply. This whole thing has been going on for as far back as I personally can look at. We're in our modern day version of it. That's all. But we're lucky enough at the same time to be able to look at things like this. So we have to be thankful for this, because if we, at least for me, like I'm very analytical, data driven, pattern driven. If I didn't have things like this, like what we're seeing in this testimony, and all the hundreds, if not multiple thousands of other accounts I've gone through, I would most likely still be lost. I'd like to think that I wouldn't, but because there's like a intuition thing going on too, and some sort of connection with my spirit that is saying, hey, asshole, something's wrong here. But I only can base things off what I know about myself and the information that I have available to me in this moment, in this lifetime. And, I am extremely thankful to be born in the time that I am, and to be able to look at this stuff and say, okay, something is rotten here. Something is really, really wrong, and it just doesn't add up. That's all. And nobody has to agree with me. I tell everyone who watches to do their own research. No one has to buy a damn thing I'm selling. Go out, do your own research, plow through these NDs, plow through the past life regressions, the DMT, the ayahuasca trip reports, the mushroom trip reports, all these breakthrough trip reports that they reach another level, out of body experiences, aka astral projection, lucid dreaming, all this. So just go through it all, and you will start to see how there are a few things going on. There's something outside trying to garner our attention and control us. Okay, that's not only present here in the flesh, but it's also present in the astral realm. Okay, and then forgot what my next point was. Anyways, we have the astral, and we have all of these accounts in different subcategories that we can refer to as far as near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, lucid dreaming, past life regression, all the other trip reports, mushrooms, DMT, ayahuasca. I mean, and all these things kind of give kind of an overall picture as to a system of control that hits certain different data points, and they kind of converge and create an overall bigger story for us to make statements like, yes, we live in some sort of matrix, reincarnation, soul trap, and the best path for us, or at least for me, is to take a sovereign approach at the time of death and come to the realization that, yes, we're not some stupid speck of sand on the beach like the system wants us to think, and that, we're the result of stars colliding, blah, 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 whatever. Who cares, okay? All the crap that they tell us. We're not some meaningless bag of bones when we die. No, we transcend this experience. We're everlasting, and it's up to us to put our foot down and take control once and for all and say enough is enough. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it. You know?
The question of the meaning of life. What do we have to learn? Why is life always drenched in violence and difficult situations and severe emotional conditions? And may I mention one last thing? With that, we return to the religious question of a punishing God, because a lot of people I met have actually turned away from God because they couldn't get an answer to the question, why does God allow so much pain and sorrow in my life? Why does God hurt me like that?
Because it's a Matrix reincarnation soul trap, and it's a phony God. It's not the God that is being represented in near-death experiences at the light is not a real God. It's a phony. It's a huckster that is trying to get us to, believe in a certain narrative that does not line up with the reality in which we live in. It's that simple. They do not align properly. They don't make sense. And why do they need this stupid love bomb to try and get us to go along for the show? It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Why do they need to use some euphoric love bomb on us that clouds our senses, clouds our access to us in order for it to get its message across? Why does it need to get us high? Why does it need to inject frickin' heroin in us to try and get us to go along for the show? Because it's a deceptive piece of shit. That's the bottom line. That's what I see. And I don't care who believes me anymore. I just don't care. To me, it's obvious. And to everyone out there who does their own research and really puts in the time, you can see it. I promise you can see this freaking shithole of a narrative that is being thrown at us. They get us all high and messed up, send us down this tunnel. They have this ridiculous thing that tries to pawn itself off as God or your loved ones or Jesus or Muhammad or Buddha, whoever. And it just goes on and on and on and on. Nobody's asking any questions. Nobody cares. Everything's just hunky-dory. Come on. Just use common sense and it will reveal itself. It just does not align with what we're experiencing here. And that if these beings are so loving and wonderful and great and on our side and all about our spiritual evolution, then why do they need to inject us with spiritual heroin, with a love bomb, when we are leaving our body? And if we can't answer that question honestly and compare it to what we're experiencing and what this reality is all about, then we're just not being honest with ourselves.
Because they couldn't get an answer to the question, why does God allow so much pain and sorrow in my life? Why does God hurt me like that?
Why does he allow it to happen?
And that's where they combine it with the question of the
Here comes the excuse train.
pain and sorrow in my life. Why does God hurt me like that?
Choo-choo.
Why does he allow it to happen?
And that's where they combine it with the question of the existence of God. I personally don't ask myself this question anymore, because I think it's a redundant question.
She doesn't ask this question anymore. Why? I mean, she's in such a unique position having had an NDE and all this stuff. And so so her feeling is, oh, I'm just not going to ask the question anymore. I'm not, just no big deal.
With the question of the existence of God, I personally don't ask myself this question anymore, because I think it's a redundant question, it's a man-made question, and I don't need this anymore, because life is everything. There is no life that is just happiness and beauty and joy. That is what we think we want, but it is not realistic. And we repressed everything else. But life is always everything, and we have actually forgotten that living in a rich country like Germany, because we are pampered. We live without any worries or sorrow, it seems. But actually, we have so many worries around us that make our lives miserable. But actually, we ourselves make our lives miserable with those worries and finding pleasure to...
You know what? She's right in many ways on that, even though we can sit here and, I can crap on some of the things she said, but at the same time, again, I have empathy and compassion for her experience, and how she got to where she is, because it from all accounts, it seems like a very, very rough experience, but at the same time, it just doesn't line up with logic. And I like to look at both sides of the coin in order to see what the hell is going on, and not just buy into some exterior force that wants to control me and send love bombs and all this other stuff, and just wash my hands. Oh, no big deal. Okay, reality is all about love and light and blah blah blah. No.
Country like Germany, because we are pampered. We live without any worries or sorrow, it seems. But actually, we have so many worries around us that make our lives miserable. But actually, we ourselves make our lives miserable with those worries. And finding pleasure today in asking the question of the meaning of life and allowing new facets of life to emerge, that is why I am grateful for and glad that I didn't die back then.
Miss Mehne, thank you so much for sharing your insights with us and for a lot of precious impulses. Thank you for...
All right, so that's gonna wrap up the 2 parts that we did of Sabine's near-death experience, and where she's going with this. She's gonna do a documentary. I went on her website and saw that it's in post-production. I do plan on watching it whenever it comes out. Again, my heart goes out to her. I'm not cold and nasty, but at the same time, these types of things need to have pressure put to them. They need to, uh, be shaken up and put to the test and questioned every step of the way, because it just seems overwhelmingly that people who go and or spirits who go and have this experience of a near-death experience, they are just going along with it and not questioning a damn thing, being hit with this euphoric love bomb, and then they come back. There's so many things wrong with this that it's not even funny. And the days of making excuses are over for me. And I hope for you out there as well. So I'm gonna really quickly Awaken FN asked earlier, FC, what do you think of the ending of the film Flashback 2020? I have not seen that film, but I have added it to my playlist or my movie watch list. And then Awaken also asks FC, what do you think of the movie Ready Player One? That's been in my playlist or my to watch list for quite some time. Awaken says, towards the end of the film, the boy ends the simulation of the virtual world by not signing a soul contract with the god of Saturn. You even see Saturn in the background, aka the simulator of the Matrix. Very interesting. Very interesting. I will definitely put that farther up my list because that's been something I wanted to see for a while. So yeah, I'll definitely take a look, and if there's something important there, then I'll definitely share it. But it sounds like there's more than enough there to talk about. Okay, so I think just to wrap things up, if you found any value in this stream, please consider hitting the like button so we can get this video into more people's streams. That would be great. And hopefully, if you found value in this and you feel like sharing it, please do. And I also have, I'll pop this up here, the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap playlist, which is a huge list. Let's say, I think we're going on 60 videos just on the topic. So if you're new to this, you might want to consider saving this. Let's see what's in here. Okay. Might want to save that to your place. It's updated regularly, so as new videos come out, you can check that. And if you haven't seen some of them in there, then maybe I want to go through them. I suggest to really grasp the picture on what's going on. The past life regression part of this is really important. It is. I would suggest I did a full cover to cover commentary of both of Michael Newton's books, Journey of Souls and Destiny of Souls. I suggest if you do have the spare time, it might take a while to go through them depending on what your schedule's like, but I suggest checking out Journey of Souls and then Destiny of Souls in that order because that's how they came out. And you're going to see a lot of interesting stuff. And then if you cross-reference those with other past life regressionists and people who have just left their, regressions online or typed up or did a video on it, you'll start to see how there are data points. And then it becomes the point of undeniable. Like there's this whole system in place for us to continually get stuck and coming back here lifetime after lifetime. And I seriously think that there are multiple realities like Earth. And I think as long as you are confined within the Matrix, that's all the Matrix cares about. Because it'll eventually get you. It'll eventually dig its claws into you where, whether it sends you back to Earth or it sends you back to some other realm within that Matrix, that's all it cares about. And it could even give you the perception that, you graduated Earth and, but now you got to spiritually progress and go to, bullshit Earth number 2. I mean, this is the type of thing that could be going on. I'm not saying it is, but the past life regressions talk about what's going on here on Earth and all of the processes that occur in the astral, and how it's basically like an assembly line, and you just end up getting reincarnated over and over and over and over again. It's just the big excuse train. It's a system that cannot be pleased. That's the biggest takeaway, is that it's a system that cannot be pleased. There's nothing you can do. You could live the most perfect life imaginable, and the Matrix will find something that you did, no matter how big or how small, and blame you and say, okay, well, you still got to evolve. You still got to work on it. I mean, in the I think it was Journey of Souls, there was I think a woman in there who worked on, she said she was, I think, 5,000 lifetimes or 5,000 years working on empathy or something. I mean, it's just, it's a nut house out there, total nut house. And if you want a sneak peek as to the mechanisms going on in the astral, I highly suggest those 2 books. And you don't even necessarily need my commentary on those. You can even go and listen to the books without my commentary and see the bullshit going on clear as day. Hey Ken, I hope you're doing well out there, man. Good to see you. Yeah, Ken brings up, watch the Philip K. Dick speech from France in 1977 to discuss parallel realities. I actually have that video. I can pop that up. I put that up there, I don't know when. Let me see if I can get the link. Here we go. So yeah, if anyone wants to watch that, that's a hell of a video. Let's see. Yeah, you might want to save this one. That's a link to it in case anyone's interested. Okay. T, I hope you're doing well out there. Good to see you. James, welcome. Anne, good to see you, as always. Michael, thank you for joining tonight. Vince, good to see you, brother. Seshen of the Nile, great to see you. Decode the Matrix, great to see you. Joe Schmo, Carrie, Addie, Kevin, and everyone else out there. Carrie, it's always great to see you all. Thank you so much. I also do have 2 backup channels here, just in case something should ever happen to this channel. It's worth subscribing just in case. Those are both available in the description tab. I also have an Odyssey where videos are sent over there, and I do exclusive live streams over there on occasion. There's a few videos out there on topics that we can't really talk about here. And what else? I have D Live, which I recently got about a month ago, and I'll be doing exclusive live streams over there. And then there's Instagram and Twitter and all that other crap. So if you're on any of those platforms, I really don't do much on them, but I'll occasionally post something. But I kind of set all those things up just as an alternative way for us to stay in touch, just in case something should happen here. And Last Timers Club members, just so you know, our next monthly members live stream will be January 30th at 4:30 p.m. So that's going to be next Sunday, the 30th at 4:30 p.m. And those will be for anyone who's in level 2 or 3. So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure and honor to sit here with you all this evening. And thanks for hanging in there. I know it was a really long stream. We're going over 4 hours. I didn't think we'd go this long, but I'm happy we were able to get it all out of the way. So thank you so much. And I'll see you all again real soon.